and those of you who made it to our physical locations, we're grateful to you making, joining us, and of course,
making an extra effort, really, to come along for the dialogue.
yes, and I think we're almost there,
What we will do is, for all of you that are gathered with someone in front of your laptop or in the hubs and here in Härnösand, you just turn to the next one next to you. Or
here we go.
Here we go.
So, this is the reason that for those of you who are watching us on your screens, yes, we just got you on the wall behind us, as you might see in the double.
But we have to
move
to them
and we're looking at you there. So this is an exercise in seeing both forward and backwards. And again, we want to warmly welcome you all into our global room. And this is a meeting, a conference, and a gathering that's taking place across the globe in 4 time zones, at least.
And 6 countries.
Yes, at least as well, because I've heard some people, there's a person from Spain introducing herself earlier. There are people who are now actually able to join us who would not otherwise perhaps have been able to join. Just to give you a brief introduction, actually, to what we're doing. We will, if we're ready to switch screens and stuff and feeds. I'm looking at my technical crew in the back of the room. So just to, for those of you who have seen it before, and for those of you who have not seen our intro clip to what we're doing here, we're just going to start by viewing this short video.
Global meetings can actually be flight-free. Today, we have all the tools and means to bring the whole world to the table with near-zero emissions.
One of those minor technical glitches. We'll get there.
Dra den från början.
Okej, vänta. Nej. Jag har ingen kontakt med den muspekaren där.
Det är skärm.
This is the charm of doing new things, testing, prototyping, failing gloriously. That's one of the aspects of agile digital working. So we're going to try it again, but
Har du dragit tillbaka den då?
Detta är inte samma skärm.
Nu. It looks like we have resolved it.
And there. All right.
Global meetings can actually be flight-free. Today, we have all the tools and means to bring the whole world to the table with near-zero emissions. It makes no climate sense to fly people from all over the world to one place if we can all meet without a single plane ride. We can think global and act local, for real. The global community has set clear common goals in the 2030 Agenda, and we're now in the decade of delivery. We all need to take action, and we need to do it together, leaving no one behind. In a digital pilot course, SIDA, along with partners, modeled what we see as the way forward. We now know from experience that it's possible to work smarter. With regional hubs on 4 continents, local facilitators nurtured in real-life interactions and exchange between participants, just as usual. With the use of digital streaming and conferencing tools, we linked the hubs together. We took away the barriers of distance and created new possibilities for partnerships and conversations across the globe. We used the time zones to our advantage as a resource to co-create around the world, around the clock. It's clear that a single event is not enough. By continuing to develop this approach of global meetings, we can also reframe the narratives and shift who's driving the agenda. Actors in development in the Global South can now take a central role in the transformation that's needed. The message is clear. Let us make even more global connections, and let's make them flight-free. The transformation requires everyone's participation right here, right now. SIDA will continue to facilitate partnerships and development cooperation and drive the change for innovative digital transformation. Join us in the journey of shaping a sustainable tomorrow. Let's be the change.
Okay, let's be the change. So once again, since I know we have new ones, followers, participants, co-creators that have joined us, good morning and good afternoon for those who are in other different time zones. What we have entered here is a global digital event that is entitled People and Planet. And this comes timely because we have not only entered this particular event, People and Planet, but also we have entered a new decade, the decade of action. How come we say the decade of action? It's because we have only 10 years remaining to go until we are to accomplish and achieve the 2030 Agenda. And it's clear to us as SIDA, as one of the organizers of this global event, that status quo is not working. Clearly, our planet is about to break down. So status quo is not working. And we don't have enough people. We don't have currently enough resources. We don't currently have enough solutions to achieve 2030 Agenda. So we must break status quo and we must start to explore a more transformative approach. That is the only possible way to achieve 2030 Agenda. That is also why we as SIDA have come to realize that we must ourselves work in core partnerships. So for this particular global learning event, People and Planet, we have worked from the start in a close partnership with United Nations Environmental Programme and their global Pay for Earth initiative. And you will soon hear more from UNEP, but that has been of great strategic importance for us. And in fact, if we look at Sweden and Swedish Development Corporation, we are currently channeling 51% of our development assistance to the multilateral system. So UN agencies are core partners of great strategic importance. And the Swedish Environmental Protection Agency is another government agency in Sweden. That was actually the first government agency to push for flight-free digital meetings and conferences. And with us here in the Härnösand Learning Hubs, we have Bengt Littorin, a representative from the agency. And we have worked with the team, even there, in partnership to work around the methodologies on how to design global digital learning experiences. In addition, we also have a third core partner to SIDA, the Stockholm International Water Institute. And soon you will also hear from them, but they have taken the lead globally on building innovative partnership platforms where they have managed to merge secular and faith actors, agencies, academia, in a very unique explorative way. And this is something we have picked up on as SIDA, and it has been of great strategic importance to learn from CIVI's partnerships approach. In addition to our core partners, of course, we have all our strategic partners around the globe that you are all representing as participants in the People and Planet. So regardless if you come from a social enterprise, NGO, faith-based organization, religious institutions, academic institutions, or government agency or UN agency, you are considered a key actor in People and Planet. And we are really looking forward to hear from all of you throughout these 3 coming days. Why have we chosen to focus particularly on faith actors, cultural leaders, and indigenous people in relation to environment and climate, thematically, in the nexus we are addressing here? It's precisely because we see that what is needed for urgently is to strengthen our normative dialogue. It's not enough with financial resources. We can't solve and resolve the 2030 agenda with only technical solutions and financial resources. We need people on our planet. And who are the ones who are mobilizing people, who are gathering people, who are constituted by people? Cultural, faith groups, indigenous groups. Those groups also constitute groups that are close to local communities, based bottom-up, everywhere around the planet. So what we are trying here is to build a complementary counter-movement to the top-down approach. Of course, we need more legislation and more policies in place in order to realize 2030 agenda. But we also need the bottom-up approach with mobilization from below. If we look around the globe, spiritual values are present everywhere. If you look at different world value studies around the globe, you can see that majority of the world population associate themselves, are part of a faith or a spiritual movement. And they also take their moral decisions based on their faith identity. So if we are to change drastically, radically, consumption patterns, lifestyle approaches to save our planet, we must also dig deeper into the nexus of faith and climate and environment. And that's why we are here, and that's why it's also of great importance to gather up as a multi-stakeholder base. Not only to have faith actors here, or secular actors here, or governments, or UN, but to have this broad spectrum of actors. That is the only possible way to go deeper when exploring this. We have, as the organizers, designed and elaborated from 4 core concepts that will guide us throughout these 3 days. And the first guiding concept is co-creation. All of you that are part of this global normative dialogue now are physically based everywhere around the globe. And you are not supposed to be a passive listener, but an active co-creator. So start already now to think, what is your unique contribution? What are some of the unique insights you're carrying? Make sure that when we all leave on Wednesday, that you have really shared that with the rest of the participants in the People and Planet. And the second guiding concept for us is system thinking. It's clear that the way we have worked to achieve the 2030 agenda has not worked. So we must now explore creatively new approaches. We need all ideas that can be brought to the table. And we also need to involve more of the cultural sector, where we have a lot of creative thinkers and designers. Also, in order to solve our current crisis with biodiversity loss and climate change, we must think in systems. We cannot just run anymore a single project or program or initiative, but we must see what the overall interconnections are. So system thinking will guide us through. The third guiding concept is the sense we're carrying of urgency. Not only around coronavirus spread, but the urgency, of course, around biodiversity loss and climate change. And we want, in these 3 days, to not only create solutions, but also to bring hope and to turn our sense of urgency into a constructive sense of delivery. So from urgency to delivery. Our fourth and final guiding concepts for these 3 days is normative dialogue. In this dialogue, no one is neutral. We all carry a package of experiences, values, maybe religious values or political ideologies, ideas. The point is that this is a strength. This is not something we should hide away. So none of us enters this as neutral persons, but we should rather be curious to one another, where we come from, what we carry with us, and how we can bring that constructively to the dialogue. So finally, I would like to share few things about my background. I have experience of working within this particular nexus. I've done it for the last 15 years. And when I conducted research for my PhD, I tried to explore both theoretically and empirically how we can actually broaden the normative dialogue and to see how actors such as faith actors fit into the larger picture and the system at large, which we often call development cooperation. And since few years back, I got the great opportunity to join SIDA. And since then, I've been working on building capacity development for SIDA strategic partners. So I will be guiding you throughout these 3 days, together with my colleague Ola, who will introduce himself more right now, actually.
Right now, right here, right now. Thank you so much, Josephine, and thank you for involving me on this ride as well. We, as Josephine mentioned, we are quite a few number of people who have been on this ride for a couple of months now, and we have joined, as you mentioned as well, across the globe from our different locations. So you all who are joining us digitally and virtually, as well as in person in your locations, you are sort of centered around 6 major hubs that we started working with partner organizations to get this event to happen. We are joining from Härnösand. We're also getting people who had planned to be here, who are now in Stockholm or other parts of Sweden. We have people in Sarajevo, Dobar dan, Sarajevo. We have people in Amman, Assalamu alaikum, Amman, and Nairobi, as well as Pretoria, and other parts of South Africa and Southern Africa. And we have our friends in Jakarta. And we, for the co-organizing partners, have been working on this program for a while now. What we're now here in the midst of is to kick off this this program and the content, the very essential discussions that we need to be having on faith and environment and climate in this particular time. Maybe, as so many things, more important than ever. These days, myself personally, and probably all of you can relate that the question of language is always of importance. And one thing that I have seen and have also talked to people about is this concept of social distancing. As we saw in the little film clip before, which was filmed a lot prior to the outbreak of COVID-19, we are talking about wanting to have more global meetings, more global interconnections, and also social connections. We're right now joining socially. We might, or we should keep physical distance in mind when it comes to viral spreads, but the social aspects are more important than ever when people are getting isolated. Vulnerable groups are getting more and more isolated and at risk of being hit hard by the pandemic. And we need to connect socially. And that's what we're doing right here. And the way we're going to do that, so my job during these 3 days is to guide us in the process. I will not claim to be the expert on faith and environment and climate. We have other very intelligent people in all our rooms, including the global one, who are far more intelligent on that matter than I am. I want to guide us in the process of how we talk to each other and how we connect. The way this is going to work, one main aspect, and we have, as you might have understood, we have been working around the clock for the past few days or weeks even, and to make adjustments to have our plan A, B, C, D, E. And we will still trip up. And that's okay, because we're trying. And we're all in this together. So we will try to use the principle of making each other look good. I don't know if you've ever tried that. It's kind of a mind shift for sometimes, but the principle of making each other look good means that, you know, even if someone says something that I don't agree with or that might even sound stupid to me, I don't necessarily go for the throat at once, you know. I might give the person the benefit of the doubt. I might even listen. Might even listen intently, closely. And so we might want to try that out. Just as an experiment. Make each other look good. And yeah. Getting all types of images about bad hair days in front of the laptop at home in the kitchen and stuff. But, you know, it's all good. We're going to see parts of each other's humanity that we might not have seen if we came together as we usually do in the boardrooms. So, in the morning sessions, my time zone right now, but for Rudy and all of you in Jakarta, and Indonesia, in different parts of Indonesia, since you're not also not all assembled, in your afternoon this time, we'll be having the global sessions. And very soon I'm going to stop talking and start introducing our contributors, because we have very impressive and knowledgeable lineup of people who will help us kick off these thematic approaches. The global sessions will be joined by what we call the twinning sessions, which is a closer joining of two of the hubs. And all of the participants who've gotten the information, you know where you're going. We will also send out reminder links tomorrow afternoon. Oh no, tomorrow there is a session called the Global Open Space. This is another example of a time when I'm going to need all of you to make me look good, because this is an experiment, okay? This Global Digital Open Space will be an opportunity for you all to suggest your thematic interest, to join people from all the different locations around discussions that you find are at the forefront of what is necessary to talk about. I'm going to just drink some water. We'll take my own. Okay. Better. The open space, if you want to suggest a theme, there'll be a link to a form that you can fill in to suggest that theme, sent out in the Zoom chat right now.
And actually not only to suggest, but to facilitate. Because we had a few also sessions that some of the sessions are already worked on and settled. And we also have decided to create room for more open space sessions. So if you have an idea, a unique approach you want to share with others, a unique methodology, or an insight or an experience, and you have an idea how you can frame that as a digital open space session, that's what you should do. You should use the form that Andrew will send out now and fill it in, and the deadline to submit is today at 6 p.m. Swedish time. And
I just realized that we have a limited number of Zoom accounts that we're actually going to host these sessions from. But I'm improvising here. If you happen to have a Zoom account and if you want to host your session, you could also write your Zoom address in this form so that we can set that up in the same format so that we can even have more than 10 sessions if we want to. So there's up to 10 sessions available at the moment. If you are hungry, innovative, and want to host something by yourself, there's actually an option to host a free Zoom meeting for 40 minutes. That's the cap. So yeah, we'll try that out. But otherwise, we have 10 set accounts that we'll work from. All right. So without further ado, I would like to introduce our first speaker, our first contributor, who is unfortunately not able to be with us at this very moment. He has been working hard. He's one of the initiators of this collaboration, and he's been working so hard to get the Nairobi hub together, working from his UNEP office, so UN Environment in Nairobi, and the Faith for Earth initiative within UN Environment. So Iyad Abou-Mogli has been a key contributor, and he is joining us via video recorded yesterday.
Good morning, brothers and sisters. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, friends. It is a very fortunate and time that I am talking to you. I wanted so badly to be in person with you, or actually live with you. But as you all know, the situation around the globe is developing minute by minute. And I have some personal emergency that I need to attend to. So I would like you to excuse me for not being with you in person or a direct and live. However, I'm very proud and I'm very happy that we are going ahead with this digital global conference. You know, we are making future today. This is how things should go, or should have already started long time ago. There are so many reasons for that. The first one is exactly what's happening today, and this is the way we should deal with emergencies at the global level. We should not sit back and say we cannot do anything, we cannot meet. No, we can meet, we can continue working, and we can connect the entire globe together. So today, on behalf of the United Nations Environment Programme and its Faith for Earth initiative, and with our partners from the Swedish International Development Agency, SIDA, SIWI, and the Swedish Environment Authority, I welcome you today to this important conference. Of course, you know that there are 6 countries that are connected. We initially wanted to be 6 hubs, but apparently now we are probably 16 hubs, which is even better. And this is exactly the way it should be. Now, if you allow me, let me talk a little bit about the Faith for Earth initiative, which was created in 2017. So we are celebrating our 2nd anniversary, and we're moving into the 3rd year. The Faith for Earth initiative was created as a result of an engagement strategy of the United Nations Environment Programme, engaging with faith-based organizations. As you know, Agenda 2030 and the Sustainable Development Goals are not UN agenda, it's a global agenda, and everybody has a role in it. All societies, all sectors of the society, the private sector, universities, civil society, and so on. But we have realized that we are missing a lot from not involving an effective and powerful part of the society, which is faith leaders and faith-based organizations. So we have come up with a strategy that would empower and enable faith leaders to have a voice at the global level in intergovernmental fora, as well as with the communities. And to do so, we have an obligation to provide the scientific evidence and knowledge that is required by faith leaders to make their preaches and speeches scientifically based, and to connect the science and faith teachings together. So when an imam or a priest or a rabbi goes to preach, they need the scientific facts. They need it in a language that reaches the heart of the people, because the message of the heart is the most powerful message. So the Faith for Earth initiative, with all the achievements that we have done, we have realized that we do need to build the capacity of faith leaders to be able to engage on contemporary issues. Engage, for example, on climate change, on resource efficiency, on ecosystem restoration, and so on. So that is the purpose of today's conference. The objectives of the conference today with all of our partners is to focus on a number of thematic areas. For example, in Indonesia and in Sweden, the focus will be on forests or forest management. in Jordan, in Jordan and in South Africa, they will focus on water resources management, which is the most important issue for those countries. And in Kenya and in Bosnia and Herzegovina, the focus will be on mobilizing young people and young faith leaders. So once you start the deliberations in your sessions and so on, please focus on those areas. And most importantly, start linking, for example, how faith leaders would benefit those working on forestation, and how people working on forestation would benefit the people working on water scarcity. The most important part in all of this is what we aim to achieve as Faith for Earth with all of our partners. As you probably know, we are aiming to establish a global coalition called Faith for Earth Coalition. The coalition we are envisaging to be composed of four main pillars. The first pillar is the highest faith leaders. We want the highest faith leaders to be in one room and convey one message to the world, because all of the religions of the world, they all agree on one common thing, which is the care for creation, which is the need to protect our Mother Earth. The second pillar is the pillar of young people or youth, who are the leaders of today and not only of tomorrow. Those have a major role to play. So we want you to consider how to mobilize faith leaders in working with local communities, with regional communities, and at the global level, how to bring voice to the voiceless, how to make environmental issues at the core and values, beliefs, and the teachings of religions at the core of decision-making. The third pillar of the coalition would be a consortium of scientists and theologians. We want them to meet eye to eye and to agree on common messages, common faith and science-based messages. And finally, the fourth pillar is the pillar of the CEOs of faith-based organizations who can and are actually and have been doing great and a lot of work on all of the SDGs, on fighting poverty, on reducing hunger, on providing opportunities for women. So we do need those CEOs to meet and also work for environmental protection and protecting our Mother Earth. So at the end of this conference, I would like to see a commitment from organizations and institutions who are participating, a commitment to carry this message forward and to work together in one consolidated, coherent network that will convey and will build the capacity of other people in their institutions, so we become a global movement with a loud voice that can reach decision makers and can make a change. So I wish you all the best of luck, and I hope that this experience will be the norm, not an exception, in moving forward in such conferences. God bless you all and good luck. Thank you.
Thank you, Iyad. Thank you so, so much. And we send all our best to you as well. What we want to do now is that we want to introduce another key partner and co-organizer in this event, Katarina Wem from SIWI, Swedish International Water Institute. Yes, please, let's see if we can get you connected and shown to everybody in the Zoom room globally. We might need just a moment to get that all set up, but I'm sure we'll be there shortly. Katarina, I will also pull up in the meantime. I know you have a few presenting slides. Let's see. Oh, that was Many slides. All right, let's see. Yes, Katarina, you are with us now, and in the meantime, Bengt is making sure that everybody else than Katarina is muted. Yeah, can we check your sound then, Katarina? You seem to be, so far you seem to be not carrying through. Right, we are not...
There.
Yes, there we go. Fantastic. All right, Katarina Wem from Siwi.
Good morning, everyone. Wow, this is really cool. Very exciting. I feel very privileged to be able to be part of this, even though I'm not with you in Härnösand. But that perhaps makes it all a bit more exciting. I want to welcome all the participants in Härnösand, but also perhaps even, an even warmer welcome to all of you who are online and who cannot meet in person, the social dimension that was also mentioned. But this really, the introduction, the beginning of this really gives me strong hope for this as a tool for us to listen to each other and continue building relationships, even though we're not meeting in person every time. I think that this opportunity to share together is really becoming a blessing. And I'm so grateful to Sida, to UNEP, and to the Swedish Environmental Protection Agency for collaborating and launching this important and really innovative course. Stockholm International Water Institute, we're a convener and a facilitator trying to bring attention to the global water challenges and to provide solutions in terms of governance and dialogue. What we really do is we try to speak with various partners from a broad spectrum from civil society to decision makers. And we want to deliver on a water-wise world. When it comes to water management, and I think also, as Iyad mentioned, not only water management, but the management of our resources of the planet, we need to have decisions that are long-lasting and robust. And when we have a broad understanding of spiritual and faith-based perspectives included in that, we think that those decisions, those perspectives, and the value of attributed to water, not only as a resource, but also with the connected spiritual values, that is when the decisions are going to be solid and long-term. Siwi's mission is achieved by building partnerships, dialogue of equals, mutual learning, capacity building. These are methods that we are using and that are essential to ensure this inclusive governance. My department, Swedish Waterhouse, has worked with a methodology that Josephine mentioned. We call it cluster groups, and it's basically, that's just giving it a name, but they're basically interdisciplinary, multi-stakeholder dialogue platforms. We identify a topic that we think needs more attention, that needs more, that needs more discussion and perhaps additional collaboration. We convene, we invite to a first seminar with experts of various, with various views on this topic. And at the end of that seminar, we say, who would like to stay and work together in this platform, on this platform? Usually it's about a 2-year process. And what we do then is that we facilitate this dialogue among the group. We're not saying what the group should think. It's just, let's discuss this topic and find the commonalities, the shared views, the shared values on how we could, bring this issue forward. It gives a shared purpose. And I know that from some of the private sector engagements that we've had, we don't really, private sector will say, okay, well, we discussed for 1 year and then we decided what we were going to do so that the project or the concrete work was done the second year. But from our perspective, one of the difficult things with many of these issues, and particularly contentious issues, is that a process of dialogue is needed in order to get to solutions. So we see all the process of discussion just as much part of the accomplishment and the dialogue as well as the final solutions. We have worked in this way with finance sector, with pharmaceuticals, with forests, and now we have a cluster group with 9 Swedish-based, faith-based organizations. And this is done in partnership with Church of Sweden. And it has been a very, very fruitful and interesting dialogue, which I hope also can contribute to IAD's Faith for Earth coalition eventually. In addition to the Swedish dialogue, there has been an international set of dialogues that we have done on our large global platform, which is called World Water Week. And World Water Week brings attention to the global water challenges, but in Stockholm. And we meet, we bring together people for dialogue and partnerships, knowledge exchange, and capacity building jointly. So the Swedish network has grown out of this international dialogue. But let's, again, I hope, then link it to IAD's Faith for Earth coalition. You will hear a little bit more from my colleagues Elizabeth Yari and Christina Johansson throughout these days. And you'll meet them during the course, and they'll share with you how we work and the issues that we discuss. But before I end, I have to just say a little bit more on the, inspired by IAD's video. We have worked extensively with both forests and of course with water scarcity. We have a regional office in South Africa, in Pretoria. And we have a program, a capacity building program funded by SIDA on actually the water and the forest linkages. In addition to that, we also have a youth program where we discuss the future of water challenges among young people. And we would very much like to contribute to the Faith for Earth coalition by continuing the dialogue between our organizations even after this. In conclusion, I wish I could be there with you, but you will be well represented by Sivi. And if any of you are interested in engaging in dialogue with us, please send me an email or could take contact with my colleagues, and we can see if we can help out facilitating hubs in other parts of the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Katarina, and you are indeed with us. So you get a round of applause as well. Thank you so much. What we want to do now is to invite another person into our global room who is currently, hopefully, sleeping. She will be joining us by video and as well. This is Professor Dr. Asa Karam. She will introduce herself in a moment and will speak to you. Oh, no, that's not her at all. That is, yes, okay. We have another screen that we might want to share, which actually has Asa on it. Yeah, so this gorgeous creature, though, which is worth protecting, I've often identified with the
Greetings,
with the
peace be
sloth.
upon you all. My name.
Do we see what we're getting out into the global Zoom room? Okay, should we try again? Samma dator som tidigare. Okay, let's try to. We'll hit play and see if we find it. We have no idea where this sloth is coming from, but okay, maybe it's the picture changing. Okay. All right, let's maybe get someone. Windows pen. Making our way.
While we're setting it up, some of you might be wondering, are all joining in all sessions? So let me just remind you that all the morning sessions today, tomorrow, and on Wednesday will be global sessions, which means that we are talking to everyone around the globe. After that, the time which is just midday before lunch will be the time for twinning sessions, when we will divide ourselves 2 countries, dialoguing on our own part. And every afternoon this week, we will have some on-site sessions for those who have assembled together in these 6 countries, and shorter digital versions for those of you who are joining online.
And of course, Jakarta, the times for you are shifted by the 6-hour time difference from us and 4 hours from Nairobi, etc. But we will all be joining in that manner described.
Okay.
Okay, here we go. Thank you, Bengt.
Greetings, peace be upon you all. My name is Azza Karam, and I serve as the Secretary General of Religions for Peace, which is a global interreligious movement that has lasted for the last 50 years and brings together religious leaders and religious institutions to work together for the common good. It is my great privilege to be able to share a few thoughts with you here today and now. I come to this position in Religions for Peace International after having served in the United Nations as a coordinator of a UN interagency task force on religion and development, and as a senior advisor on culture and religion at the United Nations Population Fund. So I've been working in this space of religion development diplomacy for perhaps the last 35 years, which means I still have plenty to learn. And what I hope to be able to share with you today are just a couple of thoughts that link our dynamics of the moment we're in now, both in terms of what's going on in our environment, what's going on in our economy, our politics, and our general social relations and interaction with one another and with the earth that we happen to live and breathe on. It's not a surprise to any of you that we're talking right now to one another in the context of a global pandemic called the COVID, or the coronavirus, which has, in a sense, held the whole world and is holding the whole world a bit of a hostage to its rampant spread. Like pandemics and like human thought and human behavior, it really does not know, this particular disease does not know any national borders, any ethnic or gender or geographic borders whatsoever. It impacts on us all without selectivity. And what we're trying to do together as movements of religious and spiritual communities is actually to have a very positive virus of dedication, commitment, optimism that also knows no religious or gender or geographic barriers. We need to work together to save this particular environment. I may be wrong to believe this, but I sincerely believe that the coronavirus is a signal, a very powerful signal to us for the need, the absolute need, not the luxury, not the let's think about it later, but the absolute need now to behave, to think, to act very differently from the ways in which we have long considered to be normal. The virus is a wake-up call to each and every institution and individual that tells us that the way we have traditionally related to one another, the way we have treated our environment, our colleagues, our families, our communities, our nations, that there is something seriously diseased in this particular space of accompaniment to one another and to our earth. Which is why, if we look at this virus as a very powerful signal to us for the urgent need to transform our relationships with one another, our understanding of one another as human beings, indeed as living species, then we understand that this issue of coming together as people of faith for the environment and with the environment is not a luxury, it's not an afterthought, it is a human existential and living existential crisis and necessity. And the disease that we confront is a disease of what we have done to ourselves and to our world. It is an opportunity for us to come together in ways that are powerful, transformative, and perhaps building on what we know, our traditions already, whether we are coming from monotheistic traditions or polytheistic traditions, whether we come from north or south or east or west, whether we are black or yellow or brown or blue, that we actually can and have inherited traditions and calls to action that insist and call upon us, and have done so since time immemorial, call upon us to behave differently, to think as one organism rather than as multiple organisms. And this is precisely what we need to be able to do in this, through this course, through this learning, through this communication with one another, that builds on what we know we can do, what we have done as secular communities, as faith-based and faith-inspired, as traditional, as spiritual institutions and individuals. What is it that we know works to not only save the environment, but to protect, to nurture, to sustain one another in relationship with one another and with this earth that we desperately need and crave? Because let's face it, if the water that we drink, the land that we step on, the air that we breathe is as polluted as it currently is, there is no point to us discussing the value of religion or of humanity for that matter. We have no choice but to be able to save this environment and to honor it in every sense in order for us to honor one another and to be able to exist. So everything else that we speak about in the space of international relations, foreign policy, economics and finance, development, everything else is actually secondary to the need, the urgent need to honor the earth on which we live and breathe and nurture. So therefore, this particular moment in time is a moment of recollection. Yes, we have a crisis. It is a crisis. It is also an opportunity. It is an opportunity to be able to understand, how do we honor our faith traditions, our spiritual traditions? For many of us, such as in the indigenous communities of the world, honoring ourselves is honoring the earth that we walk on, the air that we breathe, the food that we eat. That is what it means to honor one another. That is what it means to honor the earth. For the rest of us who come from such different polytheistic traditions or monotheistic traditions, to honor God or the Creator is precisely the same principle. It is the principle of honoring the land on which we stand and walk, that God has given us as an inheritance, and for which we have a moral obligation, every single one of us, a moral obligation to honor. And by honoring one another, we cannot succeed if we don't honor that land. So how do we honor this community that we live in, this earth that we live on? How do we honor one another better? Well, quintessentially through the relationships and the relationship building that is part of what we call partnerships. We have many ways of relating to one another. We have over years, thanks to human resilience sometimes and thanks to absolute necessity imposed on us by nature, we have found ways of relating to one another. This age that we live in has taught us that there are multiple new ways of relating to one another. But so far we seem to still be dispersed. We need platforms that are provided already. We need to come together across our supposed differences. Our new partnership platforms need not be new in the sense that people never existed before, never talked to one another before, but there's a new intentionality that is absolutely required and called upon here. And that is the point about we're so connected, there's too much information out there. Yes, indeed there is. How do we harvest that connectivity in ways that honor each and every one of us? And this is where the new partnerships needs to come into space. So far we have worked and prejudiced to some extent the secular way of thinking and the secular environment and the secular institutions. But we are at a moment in time where we know that even the religious, if every single religion was to be able to mobilize powerfully on its own, in its own space and within its own communities, even if that were to happen, it would still not be sufficient to save this earth that we have. What we need is every single religious and spiritual tradition and institution working together collaboratively. What we need is every single secular institution working together collaboratively. And what we need is not to be able to see any divides between secular, religious, north and south, east and west, brown or yellow. What we need is the indivisibility of our human interconnectedness to come together. And this is an opportunity. This here, right now, is an opportunity for us to connect and to communicate better. So let's listen to one another. Let's honor one another. Let us raise the commitment and dedication that you see in platforms like Faith for Earth, like the Interfaith Rainforest Initiative. Let there not be separate platforms. Let us come together as different committed actors in one platform, because now is the moment, now is the call to try to learn from one another, to honor one another, and in so doing, to honor this nature and the environment that we are obliged to do. Thank you.
Woo. Thank you so much, Asa Karam, for these important words. You have really managed already to move us in the direction from urgency to delivery, building hope and creative solutions and partnerships. We have a final speaker in this opening session for People and Planet, and that is a really short message from our Minister for Development Cooperation, Swedish minister, I should say, because we are gathered around the globe, so we have numerous of ministers. But from the Swedish government, our Minister for Development Cooperation, Peter Eriksson. So he will give us a brief greeting to get us started. And I should say, before you click on, that he actually visited us and our team here in Härnösand 10 days ago. In particularly, he was interested to see how we are using digital solutions in Swedish Development Cooperation to bring more voices and actors on board. So, yes, bring him on.
Hi, I'm Peter Eriksson, Minister of International Development in Sweden. Proudly present People and Planet. I'm so glad that you can be here with us because we are proud that SIDA, the Swedish Development Agency, can support this and work with this project. And I want you to know that Agenda 2030 will never be a success story if we not can take on board not only the states and the governments and the authorities, but also indigenous people, religious groups and leaders, and also private investors and financiers and all other groups that are needed for this 2030 agenda to be a success and something that we will remember a change in the world for a better thing. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, from this greeting and from these introductory contributions, what I'm now really excited about doing is, with the help of Bengt, sitting up there in our tech corner, to give you all a chance to let's see. Can we get the Zoom room on the display here as well? To get you all a chance to connect for a moment with each other. So just as the way we do it in regular meetings when we gather in physical form, we'll attempt, again, we're experimenting, we want to attempt to use the functionality of breakout rooms. So what we'll do now is to break you up into smaller groups of 4 or 5 people. That's going to happen at random. So just like you might have sat beside someone you didn't know, and for those of you who are actually placed together with other people in a room, you will get a chance to connect with each other in bus groups. So what we want you to do, let's see, I'm having a wave from Bengt. Okay, so we will unmute everybody, and when you break out into the groups, you can start talking to each other. So you don't have to sit silent anymore. That's the whole point of this. Yeah, you have to click in the bottom left corner to unmute your microphone. So in the bottom left corner of your Zoom window, you will unmute your microphone when you get sent out into the breakout groups.
And for those of you who are gathered in a learning hub, for example, in South Africa, Pretoria, or Jakarta, or here in Härnösand, you will divide yourself 4 and 4. And if you already know everything about the people around you, just quickly, I mean, I know you can't easily move totally around here, but try to move as much as possible so you get to familiarize yourself with new actors and new persons.
So we will take a total of 8 minutes for this section and this exercise, and then we will, those of you in the breakout rooms, you will get a prompt when there's 30 seconds left to get back to the large room, and then you will again be muted, and we will go into the panel discussion that comes right after that. All right, so let's try to send everyone off into breakout rooms and see how it goes.
And try to find new people so you can shift around.
You can stay in here.
Or even go there.
Yeah, or take a minute to go outside as well.
So, tack. Perfect.
Welcome back, everybody. We are trickling back into this room as well as the virtual room. So we will await everybody to gather back and for all the breakout rooms to be emptied. And now we're going back to that muted mode. All right. Bengt, how are we looking at on the virtual front?
Maybe I can tell you from Jakarta Learning Hub that we are currently working on some of your connections with regards to sound, and we will resolve it. So our team is onto that.
Excellent. And Bengt, are we seeing everybody join back into the global session from the breakout rooms?
Yeah, I think so we
Yeah.
are.
Excellent. And we are gathered back here as well. So now I would like to welcome you all back from the breakout rooms. I'm sure you have had some very interesting, very randomized interactions now. People you probably would not have otherwise met. And some of you have had new meetings even in this physical presence. So what we're very happy to go further onto now is to dig a little bit deeper in conversation. And we're talking about these connections and the connectivity. And we have invited a few prominent panelists that we want to speak closer to. And under the theme of this panel, which is 2020, Decade of Action from Urgency to Delivery. The unprecedented environmental challenges of the world today require unprecedented innovative approaches to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals and to implement the Agenda 2030. So under this theme, Josephine, will you kick us off? And
Yes.
also we have our panelists that we will be inviting into the room.
So I'm holding on to our planet, and we are facing several crises around the world, but two of them I want to highlight is, of course, climate change and biodiversity loss. When we talk about the 2030 Agenda, we are addressing three perspectives on sustainable development: environmental sustainability, economic sustainability, and social sustainability. The reality is that environmental sustainability and the planetary boundaries that surrounds and exists within our planet is the foundation for all of this. It is the fundament of the 2030 Agenda. Therefore, there is a goal hierarchy. All our SDGs, specifically related to environment and climate, are essential for achieving the rest of the 2030 Agenda. And when it comes to the climate change and the climate crisis, we have ongoing negotiations, which is a continuation of the implementation of the Paris Agreement. But when it comes to biodiversity loss, we are currently working globally on a new convention on biodiversity. And we have, I'm certain that many of us have seen the Zero draft that is out, where we have 5 goals to be achieved to 2050. And what to me creates hope and the sense of action is that both nature-based solution, that very concept of nature-based solution, which is basically when nature restores itself, and the stressing the importance of dialoguing and partnering with indigenous groups. Both of these aspects are addressed in the Zero Draft. The question is, will this Zero Draft eventually be adopted, and will it be effectively implemented? So by entering the conversation from that angle, let us introduce our panelists.
Yes. Fantastic, thank you. So I would like to, for all the panelists to do a quick round of introductions, just mentioning your name, what organization you're representing, and how you enter into this Nexus conversation. We're keeping it brief in the interest of time. We've had some glitches along the way, so we will be running over the coffee time a little bit, but we will make up for it. Okay, so Maria Rydlund, would you please introduce yourself to begin with? We'll work on the unmuting and that aspect of things. Maria is right up there, third in line in the in the camera view. She's in.
Maria, can you wave? Yeah, perfect.
Here we go. All right. And here. Yes, we hear something.
Yes. Yeah.
Fantastic.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Great.
we hear you.
Good morning. Oh, sorry. I'm working at the Swedish Society for Nature Conservation in Swedish Naturskyddsföreningen, and I'm the senior policy advisor for tropical forests. And we are partnering with roughly 40 environmental organizations globally, which is the confidence of our work when we work globally. It's the view of our partners. And my topic specifically is, of course, tropical forest and the severe situation, but it's also done in a very close collaboration with indigenous people and local communities. So that is really why I feel so excited about the theme of this 3 days workshop, because I think finally we need to come to that point that we are very inclusive in the way we are looking at solutions.
Thank you so much, Maria. We're so happy to have you in this global room with us.
And next, we move on to Stockholm International Water Institute and Elizabeth.
Actually, we move on to Francesca. Francesca de Gasparis from SAFSI in Pretoria. Or sorry, you're now in Cape Town. That's right.
Yes, good morning, everyone. This is Francesca de Gasparis. I'm from the Southern African Faith Communities Environment Institute. Greetings from Cape Town. I'm meant to be in Pretoria, but I'm here because of the coronavirus. So I'm just saying hi, and a special shout out to Freedom Park. That's my workshop in Pretoria. It's great to see you all there, and I'm looking forward to this panel. I'm not going to explain what we do until the next part. Thank you.
Thank you. And next is Samuel Munk.
Hello, everyone.
Hi, Samuel.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Okay. Yeah, my name is Samuel Munk, and I'm originally from Burma, Myanmar, and belong to Karen ethnic and indigenous people group. And I work as a program officer for tenure facility. So at tenure facility, we are together with the indigenous people and local community working to secure their land and forest rights. Like Josephine, you mentioned this morning very briefly that the economic sustainability, social sustainability, and so the agenda goal will not be able to accomplish without having a secure land title for indigenous people and local community.
Thank you
Yeah.
so much. Thanks for joining us. And we also have Matilda Månsson joining us.
Orre baby. Good day to everyone. It's very nice to be a part of this also from a distance. I'm calling in from Berlin, although I also work from South Sami area, Stare, which is Östersund in Swedish. And I work with international issues for the Sami Parliament in Sweden. And the Sami Parliament is a bit of a special institution because it's a popularly elected body, and at the same time it's also a government agency. So we're very happy to participate here and also on these issues which I work a lot on from an international point of view, especially with biodiversity, climate change, and human rights, which are indigenous rights in particular. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. Crucial perspective. Thank you for joining us. And we also have Alan Otaro, our final panelist. You're joining us from Nairobi, is that correct?
Yes, good morning, everyone. My name is Alan Otaro. I'm the Executive Director of the Catholic Youth Network for Environmental Sustainability in Africa, which brings together young people from across the continent, currently 10 countries, to respond to the ecological crisis based on the perspectives of Catholic social teaching. So the idea is to explore how the faith principles, Catholic social teaching principles, can motivate and mobilize young people to respond to the crisis that we face, and as well growing movement of young people across the world, both here in the global south, but also in the global north, and building those links of solidarity across the boundaries.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for joining everybody.
So Maria, we would like now to come back to you. And as we see, I mean, as I just stressed with the planet, we see rainforest around us burning, species are dying. And first of all, what is really happening right now around the globe? What's the current impact? And which are the main drivers from your perspective of ecosystem degradation, biodiversity loss, and climate change? And how can we effectively address these?
That's huge. So let's start to simplify it. Well, simply, we are going beyond the planetary boundaries. We can all see that. We can see that in terms of the extinction of species, but we can also see it in terms of our own health and our own well-being, because that is so interlinked, as we've been discussing before. Right now, the deforestation rate is increasing. According to the SDGs, by 2020 we should have zero deforestation. Do we have that? No, we don't. We have an increase in deforestation. At the same time, we had a huge number of enterprises, companies that made voluntary commitments, like in the New York Declaration on Forest, for example, in New York 2014. And all these commitments have actually failed. And we have to look deeper into why does it happen? Despite the intention, despite commitments, despite also the Convention on Biodiversity, for example, things are getting worse. We can simplify it even by saying it's largely due to consumption. What we ask for are in a way which is not sustainable, and also in an amount which is going, as I was saying, far beyond the planetary boundaries. The deforestation, for example, in the tropics today are at up to 80% linked to the agriculture sector. We can say it's the soy, the meat, and the palm oil, but it also goes into different crops depending on different countries, of course. So like West Africa, the cocoa production is a huge deforestation. So we also need to look into what do we consume and to what amount and in what way is it produced. And what is also the driving force behind that? Government policies are enabling this type of consumption patterns. And then we have finance policies that actually enable it to be exported and entering new markets. And at the end of the line, we have people living next to the exploitation and the area where these production schemes are taking place. That is indigenous peoples and local communities. But what is light in the end of the tunnel, I think we need to focus on that more than the problems, is that the fact that indigenous people, they consist less than 5% of the population of the globe, but still they protect 80% of the biodiversity. So we have a solution just on the table, but we have to acknowledge and respect and include people that are actually the custodians of biodiversity today, and specifically tropical forests. And I would also like to stress the fact that we should not single out certain areas, not see forest as something isolated, because even small patches of forest, we could be sacred forests, for example, are very valuable for the farmers living next by, pollination, water, microclimate, etc. So I think we have to have a holistic approach to how do we solve this. And by doing so, we also have to be very inclusive, because many of the people that actually manage the biodiversity, and specifically the tropical forests that I focus on, are the ones that are most marginalized when it comes to decision. So we have to link, and we have to also respect all types of knowledge. We have what we actually call lived knowledge. People know. It's not the fact that indigenous people are standing around a forest area and guarding it. It's the fact that their livelihood, their culture, their history are linked to the way you should actually respect and manage these areas. And I think we need to open up for that. But right now we have a situation where money talks and where consumption are not really linked to effects and causes. And I think that is what we really should focus on, that there are a number of solutions on the table already. We just have to be more respectful and inclusive. So I just want to set that as a frame for the discussion, and for the view that also we work with. We feel that we need to focus on indigenous people and local communities' rights. It's a human right to have a healthy environment, but it's also the other way around, that environmental rights and human rights are so interlinked. It's not something that is opposing each other.
So Maria, can I ask you a quick follow-up once? You just addressed the concept of lived knowledge. So can you give us one concrete example of how you and your organization are working to realize this concept of lived knowledge in your work around the globe?
Many of our partners are indigenous peoples organizations. So what we do is to create a platform for these organizations to access decision-making arenas, like the CBD, like to work with the Zero Draft, for example, and within the Climate Convention. So that is one part of doing it. But it's also to create an arena to meet with enterprises, companies, and finance institutions to learn from each other, because we believe strongly in people's ability to actually meet in person and tell their story. So it's in so many different levels, but further is of course to strengthen these communities and people's organizations themselves, that they themselves are the ones that have the capacity. And going back to what I said, many of these groups are marginalized because also information is not shared, and it's not respected to be shared in a way which is inclusive. So I think that is also one part of our most important work is to strengthen these movements and platforms, and also with our partners strengthen communities themselves. But it's very dangerous that we will have to take acknowledge to, because now we say we should open up, but at the same time it comes to a very high price for many people globally right now to actually raise the voice against exploitation. So we have to take that into consideration when we talk about solutions as well.
Yes, thank you so much for that perspective. And we will be coming back to that, I am absolutely certain, in just a moment. What I would like to do now is to bring in also the perspective of faith actors in this nexus and in these discussions. So, Francesca, would you give us your perspective, a brief touch on what are the connections, as you see them, between the environment issues, environmental justice, and climate change issues, and faith actors. And how do faith leaders and actors react to this urgency as you see it in the Southern Africa context and from your knowledge in the area?
Thank you, Ola. And hello, everyone, again. It's a really interesting question that you've asked. For SAFC, we work in the Southern African region, so it's Sub-Saharan Africa, mostly Southern, but also Eastern. And we work with a number of different faith actors and faith leaders. And we were started in 2005 for precisely that purpose, because the genesis of our organization was around the opportunity to work in a multi-faith context on issues of eco-justice. And so it was very intentional how we work as an NGO in our region. And it's been a very interesting conversation that we have with faith leaders. It's really an opportunity to co-create together and to create spaces where we can learn from each other. So I wouldn't say by any means I'm the expert in the room. I'm sure Alan and other partners of ours have got much to contribute, but I can set us off on this conversation. And as you know, Pretoria and Amman have been, we have been twinned on water and faith. And why water? Well, you know, our region, certainly where we are in South Africa, and I know Kenya faces very similar issues. We are semi-arid, and we are going to become more arid as time goes on, especially with climate change. And we are already facing crises. We've already in Cape Town faced a crisis called Day Zero 2 years ago, where the city was literally running out of water. I know I'm supposed to be in Pretoria, but I am speaking from Cape Town, so I can speak confidently about this crisis. And it was very interesting to see what faith leaders and faith communities did in an environmental crisis. Obviously, we've heard from Maria and others about the importance of faith actors in addressing the issues that we face collectively. But I think that on a crisis, you see another level again. You see this capacity to bring moral authority, to bring assurance, to give clear guidance from science-based and facts-based information when there's a lot of fake news out there these days, as we all know. And we're facing that also with the coronavirus. So I see faith communities as playing a very important role to bring solidarity, to bring collaboration, and to increase the idea of a community mind. We've you know, and many people have analysis of why society is where we find it, this individualistic thinking. When each of us are a community of different organisms, each of us in our bodies, we're not just one being. We're actually a community of many other species, bacteria, viruses, and even our mitochondria and our own cells are actually not of human origin. So we're not an individualistic species, and neither should we see ourselves like that. And I think there's a huge learning for us in moments like this, and for us to think of ourselves as being in community always. And what does that mean? Many of our faiths teach us about what does it mean to be in community, and that we are only as strong as those most vulnerable in our societies. And what does that mean when we are faced with crises like a water shortage, or when we're really trying to address issues like biodiversity? Are we in community with those other species, or do we see ourselves as being the top of the food chain and exploitative? And I do believe that the deeper we go into our value systems and the more we have these conversations, which really take us far away from the conversations that much of the population are having around GDPs and economic growth. When we talk about our values, we come up with a different kind of solution. And that's what we find when we talk to faith communities. We see a really much more grounded an understanding of that we are all connected, and an understanding that the solutions aren't something that are going to come up from one of our leaders who is only measuring the value of life by economics, or one of those other systems that we've been falsely told to believe in. When we talk with faith leaders, we see there's another way, and poverty is not actually something that can only be measured by economics. It's actually a loss of biodiversity, a loss of access to clean drinking water, which is everyone's right. So I think it's just really turning a lot of these issues on their head and looking at it from a completely different perspective. And, you know, most of Africa, over 70% are people who are of faith. Some people say 90%. Every meeting, if you've been to a meeting in Africa, starts with a prayer. And that is how we work. That is how we engage with each other. That is how we bring ourselves back down to the most important things. And so I believe the linking of environment and faith is a very powerful and effective way to change the conversations that we're having and see the solutions that are actually right here with us already. I don't know how much time I have, but I think that's probably a good offering for now. Thank you.
A very good offering. Thank you so much for doing that.
And now we will turn to Samuel from the Tenure Facility. And I was stressing earlier that we all carry experiences and unique values and also unique identities. And could you, Samuel, from your own life experience, share with us an example on why indigenous groups and faith factors matters for environment justice work?
Thank you, Josephine. Before I just want to emphasize that why indigenous people and local community matter for environment and social justice. So according to Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Service, IPBES, so they stated that indigenous people own 35% of the world land, the land. And if we include the local community, that would be like 50% of the world land. Statistically speaking, only 10% of them has been officially recognized by their government. And also, indigenous people land intersects with the protected area. So like 35% of their territory is intersect with the protected area. If we include all local community, that would be around 40%. And out of those intersect areas, 65% are very remote. And normally when the jurisdiction or a country doesn't really reach. So therefore, involving indigenous people, giving their right to land and forest governance, that will lead to the protection of world biodiversity and also conservation of the threatened ecosystem and restoration of degraded lands as well. International government IPCC report also has shown that indigenous people land, when the lands are designated for indigenous people and they manage, their lands are, the rate of deforestation and is lower, and the conflicts in the indigenous people land and community, local community areas is also lower. The large landscape use of in indigenous people, local communities also is lower. And so they also have a better governance system compared to the government one. So without involving indigenous people, it is difficult to actually achieve the goal, the agenda that we are talking about this morning.
So Samuel,
and this morning, yeah.
No, I just wanted to see, I mean, you have experience of transitioning between different countries and different parts of the globe, not least mentioning Myanmar and Sweden. From your experience looking in both those contexts, are indigenous groups currently invited in to take up space in our dialogues around environmental justice work?
Yes, globally, I don't know much about the global initiative that are going on right now. And but if you look at the country level, where I come from as a Myanmar, or the country I'm managing country in Indonesia, and also Belize and Guyana, so we can see that there's not enough initiative from the government like to engage with the indigenous people and local community. So their meaningful participation is not. We cannot say that there is a meaningful participation. So Maria was just saying that inclusiveness for indigenous people and local community. What does it mean in practice? For indigenous people and local community, this is about free, prior, informed consent. So would we engage them enough? So I'm not saying that this is not happening, but sometimes in the sense that we see that there are inclusion of indigenous people and local community. Whether it is meaningful enough or not, is still a question. And then sometimes you can see that there are inclusion of indigenous people. Indigenous people and local communities are also diverse. They are not one unit, a homogeneous. So it's very important that when we engage with indigenous people and local community, and then we need to have a true representation of the community themselves.
Thank you so much.
And that, I think, is a perfect segue, if you would agree, Matilda, a perfect segue to perhaps ask you both then from, because of your involvement in the Sami Parliament, as well as your work for the Sami Parliament as a representative internationally, perhaps if you would bridge the perspectives of both local and the international multilateral work. What is your perspective on the issue of voice, and also perhaps a comment or two about what you see as potentials for progress? What are the potentials for progress that are not being realized, and also the ones that are being realized among and across perspectives?
Yes, thank you. It was very good to follow up on previous comments, because I think what we see here and what has been mentioned by previous panelists is the importance of inclusion, or what we refer to usually as meaningful participation or full and effective participation of indigenous peoples. And to just link then national or local, regional and international levels, there are some positive examples of development in the international UN fora the last years. And so if we take the example of the Climate Convention, for example, there has been a platform established, which is called the Local Communities and Indigenous Peoples Platform. And that is then a way to make indigenous peoples heard, to recognize the importance of the knowledge that indigenous peoples have, not only to mitigate climate change, but also in adaptation. And I think from a Swedish Sami perspective, we have focused a lot on the aspects of adaptation because things are happening so fast. But now we also have the possibility, also with implementing the Paris Agreement, for example, and updating national determined contributions and so on, to also have indigenous perspectives reflected, and also their knowledge and customs being used in also mitigating climate change. So we have examples for where indigenous peoples, for example, the way their cultural practices, and I know this has been mentioned as well, that I think it's important that we just don't talk about environmental issues, but we also recognize the interlinkages between, for example, nature and culture, and how these practices and the way people live, the traditional livelihoods, but also beliefs and ceremonies and practices also come into play and have an impact. So that is what this platform is hopefully supposed to do, to make sure that the decisions that are made on international level are informed by the best available knowledge, which also then includes indigenous knowledge. And in the Convention on Biodiversity, we have a similar fora where indigenous peoples are represented and are actively engaging in the negotiations towards the new biodiversity framework and strategic plan that hopefully will be adopted later on this year. And there we have a whole body dedicated to discussing traditional knowledge, and also to implement biodiversity measures in a way that that respects rights of indigenous peoples, but also respects and recognizes their contributions. So I think that there are some positive examples, and these bodies can then also help with guidelines or policies to inform then decision making on national levels.
Very good.
And I think that is then also then the potential for progress to have this knowledge recognized, and also what was mentioned, since the land tenure is also important, because we talk about the geographical areas where we're possible to help. So, for example, there are indigenous peoples who have a special practice of using the soil in a way and producing a soil, and this soil then sequestrate CO2. So that is then a way, if you know about this knowledge and know that this practice is being upheld in a certain area, then if you allow for self-determination or allow for indigenous peoples to keep these practices. So we need a lot of, we talk about capacity building for these communities or at local level, but we also need capacity building and awareness raising and educating the decision makers to make sure that they understand the structures, the internal mechanisms of indigenous peoples, but to also understand where they are coming from, where the indigenous knowledge can help to transform and restore also our relationship with nature.
Indeed. Thank you. Thank you so much.
So we're turning now to Alan, and you are based in Nairobi, Kenya. And Kenya, as many of us know, constitute a context where faith actors are prominent, influential, both in people's everyday, daily life, but also religion influences politics and society at all levels. So my question to you, Alan, is what is the response from faith communities and faith leaders currently in Kenya, rethinking the crisis around biodiversity loss and climate change? What are some of reactions and also constructive actions?
Thank you, and thank you for this interesting question about the role of faith leaders in Kenya. I think one of the interesting perspectives for me is when we speak about faith leaders, we often think of the ordained clergy. So the ordinary person will be wearing a collar, standing on the pulpit on a Sunday, or an imam in a mosque on a Friday, and who's leading a sermon. But I think there are many different levels of faith leadership in faith organizations. Both the ones who are responsible as clergy, but also those ones that hold other positions of responsibility of leadership as lay people. So I think that's the first point for me, looking at how we also empower those other people within with the roles of responsibility in faith communities who may not necessarily be ordained members of the ordained clergy. But in terms of those who actually are members of the ordained clergy, as Francesca made a point earlier, and as also Iyad made in his introduction at the beginning of the session, is the need to really empower and provide the necessary tools and the necessary language for the faith leaders to be able to engage in a more constructive way with the rest of society. As you know, faith has a language that is specific to it, that helps to bring hope in times of crisis, as we know now, as we can see with the whole COVID-19 crisis, and the powerful image of, for example, yesterday, of Pope Francis giving a blessing to an empty St. Peter's Square. But just that sense of reassurance that comes from such a symbolic action is important, but also making sure that we are able to bring the language specific to faith and bring it also to the scientific sphere, and be able to come up with a message that is able to reach most of society. Because as we know, a lot of these biodiversity conferences or climate processes, sometimes they use a language that is not accessible to the ordinary person on the street. And so I think to be able to effect change in a manner that is meaningful, we need to be able to get everyone involved, as the SDG's slogan says, leave no one behind. But to be able to do that, communication is a very key part of that element. And faith leaders have an important platform, a communication platform. I mean, people gather in places of worship, if not every day, every Sunday, every Friday, depending on your religious affiliation. And so these are very important platforms that can be used to reach people, to help them to change their behavior also and attitude towards the relationship with nature. As we know, it's not only about information in the mind, but it's also how we reach people's hearts so that they're able to really transform how they interact with nature, how they care for the ecosystems and so on. And I think that in Kenya, this is something that is still growing because I feel that traditionally faith leaders have been mostly involved in matters to do with social justice concerns, especially when we look at peace and reconciliation efforts in different moments that involve, when we have political tensions and things like that. But very rarely has there been the realization that that same voice can have a dramatic input or dramatic effect if we put it to good use in caring for the environment. And I think that realization is growing more and more. I mean, faith communities and organizations own huge amounts of land, for example. They run many educational institutions. If you're thinking about the current and future generation that we have to bring up, being conscious and being aware and being equipped with the skills and the knowledge and being able to turn around the ecological crisis that we face, it also has to be an educational process that starts also from our educational systems, many of which are in the hands or under the management of faith organizations here in Kenya, but also in many other parts of Africa. And in my experience, young people are increasingly also asking to be involved in a meaningful way right from the beginning of these processes, not only when we feel that now is an ideal time to bring the voices and the energy of young people, but even in the decision-making processes that go into some of these processes, whether you think of the post-2020 framework on biodiversity or the climate conferences that we have towards a new implementing the Paris Agreement. So we need to have an approach that is comprehensive, that brings all religious or faith leaders together, but also that realizes that faith leaders are not simply the ones who are ordained in terms of the clergy and so on, but it's really everybody who processes or professes a certain faith, that we can bring that philosophy and that wisdom that we can get from the different faith traditions that we have, and to bring that effort into what we need to do to be able to change the trajectory that we are on at the moment.
Thank you, Alan. I just have a very quick follow-up question to you. You addressed that all world religions are needed, and if we consider the interfaith approach, what is the situation like in Kenya at the moment? Are different types of faith actors, indigenous spiritual believers, Muslims, different sections within Christianity, are they effectively currently collaborating around the initiative on the environment and climate? Or where are you currently in that process of interfaith dialogue?
Certainly there are attempts to create platforms for interfaith collaboration on environmental action. So for example, in Kenya, for a few years now, we've had the Kenya Interfaith Network for Action on Environment, and bringing together different faith traditions to explore how we can work in a more collaborative spirit and manner in putting our efforts, but also our resources towards addressing the environmental challenges. But I would say there is still a great need for enhanced collaboration and enhanced cooperation. I always think that there is more competition than there is cooperation. And I think we need to move more towards cooperation than competing, because the more we break down the silos, the more we will be able to realize better results. And also because of the urgency of the crisis that we are facing, it needs, so to speak, all hands on deck. So all of us need to be working together. Of course, also interfaith collaboration is a very delicate space, because you also need to be respectful of the traditions of each of these beautiful religious traditions that we have. But I think on the question of caring for our common home, caring for the environment, this is particularly one area that faith organizations, religious traditions have a great opportunity to work together. And I think that the more we collaborate and work comprehensively towards joining hands, then we have a better chance of addressing the ecological crisis that we face.
Thank you so much, and thank you for all of these perspectives. What I sense is, I would love to dig into a broader discussion for a long time. I also don't want to be the least popular guy in the room to get everybody pulled away from their coffee breaks, etc. What I would really encourage us all to do is to, I'm sure there is an immense number of follow-up questions here. So what I would like to do for everybody, regardless of where you are currently, if you're joining the meeting online or if you're sitting in a room with other people, is to take, we're going to take 1 minute and just to sort of write down, if you haven't already done so, to write down like one or two key points that you see from these from our panelists as like burning issues or something new that you learned or relearned, that you can take with you into the following discussions, both directly after this session in the twinning hubs, but also in the discussion in the individual hubs, or also for tomorrow's continued global dialogue. And I want to give you that minute, and also, that's for now.
Yes.
So take 1 minute right now and write down your questions or your key points.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
So what I would now like for our dear panelists is to, as I introduced this morning, one of the core guiding principles for people and planning is co-creation. It means not only that we listen to each other, but it also means that we actually pick up on each other's reasoning and take it a bit further. So what I would like you to do now is to pick something from another panelist that really, what we just wrote down, like a new insight or a new learning or something that you can work on continuously. So basically pick something from another panelist and share it with us. And I'll give you 1 minute each as panelists to share with us all in the global setting what you have picked up. So we start in the same order as before. So we go first to Maria.
Okay, here we go. I think what Sam was saying that, but I think it's interesting also that indigenous people is not a unity as itself. It is, of course, consists of so many different groups and intentions and desires and wishes. I still think that is a very interesting challenge. How do we come to common understanding? How do we gather the strength within these different types of groups and expectations? And I think that's a challenge what we have whatsoever in society, that we have different views and different solutions on achieving what we are intending to. So I would just put that on the table as a positive challenge. I'm not saying that I have an answer, but it's often discussed within my work as well when I meet indigenous people groups. And I also want to link that to the way we have to see it as something which is interlinked. It's culture, it's environment, it's biodiversity, it's climate, it's religious traditions, it's all together. You cannot single out something if we want to come to a solution within a nearby future. And I think that is also interesting, that was brought up also, I think, by some fact that there's so many different aspects, but it's all interlinked. Maybe also Matilda brought that up, of course. So maybe I'm taking two.
No, thank you, Maria.
Comments.
And we go on to Francesca. What are some of the insights you picked up on?
I have to agree that I think there's a lot of coded wisdom in indigenous and faith knowledge. I mentioned this before, but I just think there's a lot of this you can see in practice. There's a lot of knowledge that sits there that can help us deal with the environmental issues we face. And I agree with Maria that it's not a separate issue, that the problem is when we separate, that we become siloed off and we don't see it as being one issue. And for us, that's why we work on eco-justice, because we believe it's an issue of justice, of dignity, human dignity, not just, and dignity of other species too, and of the land. So I think if we can see, bring back in those values, I think we will see a big difference in how we tackle the issues that we're trying to work on. So that's, and I think I heard strands of that through everyone's contributions.
Thank you. Samuel, it's your turn to share some of your insights from the other panelists.
Yes, thank you. I'll just quickly picking a point from Maria saying about inclusiveness. So it's quite important that we know that our societies are quite diverse, and then different organizations play different role in solving or in contributing to economic, social, or environment development of the society, whether it's a youth or faith-based organization. So how do we actually meaningfully engage, include a different part of society? So without involving everyone, indigenous people, local community, and also faith actor, faith organization, these are the foundation of society. Without meaningfully engage with them, and it will be very, very difficult for us to reach our goals. For that, particularly for indigenous people and local community, for them, it's like a free, prior, informed consent is the most foundation and the critical one. So whether if we are a project implementer or a donor or whoever, so if we were going to engage with a project or implement a project where we carry out in indigenous people and local community area, please make sure that the free, prior, informed consent is meaningfully implemented.
Thank you. Matilda.
Yes, thank you. So I would like to pick up on something that Alan was mentioning about the importance of faith or spirituality or religion as it is a way that helps us go through life regardless what we are facing. So religion is a way of capturing the holistic perspective, and also that the underlying values, not just the symbolic ones, but also how it affects your decision making, or how it affects the way you approach things. I think that is very important, and that is something that can help us in dealing with these challenges that refers to both biodiversity loss or environmental changes, and also what Ola was mentioning in the beginning of this, how we talk to each other, to learn each other, how to listen, and to really be respectful that we come from different places, we have different experiences, but we can learn from each other. And I think that is something that really faith can help us with in facing these challenges and coming up with the best solutions. Keito.
Thank you. And that fits nicely to get Alan in, since you were mentioned by Matilda. So Alan, what are finally some of your insights that you got from the conversation with the other panelists?
Yes, I think the fact that I go last means I can practically, get snippets from all of the other panelists. But I think what strikes me is how the concept of everything, how everything is connected. That we are not facing, as Pope Francis says in his encyclical letter on care for a common home, that we are not facing separate crises. We're not facing an economic crisis, a political crisis, and social crisis on one hand, but it's all connected. It's one crisis with different aspects to it, and that therefore we need to have an integral way of addressing the crisis if we are to be able to have success in actually tackling it. And I think each one of us, even as an individual, we have different aspects to our own personality. I mean, I sit here as a young person, but I also sit here as a person of faith. I also sit here as a person with a background in environmental planning and management, and so on. So when I'm faced with something that I bring all of these things together to address whatever it is that I need to face, in this case, the ecological crisis. And I think this is one key thing that we need to have in our arsenal of responding to the challenge that we face. And as someone was saying about indigenous people and having a meaningful voice and leaving no one behind, it just occurred to me that, in fact, if you think about the UN processes and how they are structured, the major group system, the 9 major constituencies, faith groups don't have a seat yet. So they either have to contribute or make their contribution either as NGOs or as women major groups or one of the other 9 major groups. So there's still a gap that we need to address, that we need to keep on working together, to see how we have a holistic, as the word was used earlier, a holistic way of approaching the crisis.
Thank you so much, Alan, and thank you to all you panelists for this first global panel.
Yes, thank you. And I think that's an excellent way to both start off and to start off this section of this first section of our gathering, and to also to round off this very part of the panel. So now what we're going to do for in terms of the program is that what's coming up next is your own
Twinning Hubs.
28 minutes of enjoyment, however you want to use those. If you want to hydrate, drink some delicious water, and have a chat in your respective rooms. But we'll join back in the Twinning Hub constellation, which has been sent out by link to you, depending on which geographic location you're co-joining with. So if you're Pretoria and Amman, if you're Sweden and Jakarta, or if you're Nairobi and Sarajevo, you will be joining that particular link. If you have any questions on how to get there, get the link from your hub coordinators respectively. And we're reassembling in that constellation at 15 past the hour. So whichever hour you're in, 1/4 past is your time to rejoin. And I would encourage you actually to log into that link at 10 past so that you know that you're in there, you can mute yourself, and then go about your coffee or tea or whatever.
And before we departure for a glass of water or coffee or what fit us, I want to just emphasize that I've seen some of you are using social media and the hashtag People and Planet. So for those of you, I will encourage you to continue. And for those of you who have not yet started, our conversation is digital. So let's include more people around the globe through social media and our hashtag People and Planet. And if you get questions, if people are able to join in, our streaming is open to anyone. So you are able to share the streaming link to your respective networks that might see what's happening through and on your social media. And if you have a particular person that would like to join in, we can accommodate that if it's sort of depending on the background and the purpose of that. So just make sure that we engage with as many actors and people on our planet as possible. Many P's. People, planet, and the possibilities. So let's go for coffee.
Yes, thank you. We'll see you at 15:15 or 10 past.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, welcome back. We've been having about 10 minutes of some technical difficulties, exploration here. What we want to do is to connect the Sweden and Indonesia hubs. And what we're trying to do right now is to set up so that the university room in Jakarta can be also sharing a screen from their setup. We are currently not seeing a share screen. So what we might want to do is that we will go ahead with sharing video instead, and that you can have kind of the presentation orally and by video, so we can see Dr. Hayu on your end, and then if you could send the presentation simultaneously to Bengt. Is that? Yeah, if you could email the presentation to Bengt, we might try doing it that way and see if we... Yeah, currently we're not getting audio or video from you. I see that you are logged in, and so if you go back down to the Zoom and activate the video, that way we should probably be able to hook up to you. Hi everyone else. Hope you had a nice cup of coffee or something. Rudy, can you try to go down to the left, bottom left, and see if you can display video? There we go. Okay. We have you in the room. Okay, so I will... There we go. Perfect. We see you. Thank you. I will shut down our WhatsApp connection here. All right. Yes. By any means necessary. So...
yeah, I think I can share now.
Okay, we're
attempting. Can you see it?
We can't see it yet. You might need to click some confirm button or choose the window that you want to... You're getting it. Why are we not seeing it on the... So are other people seeing the screen share from Jakarta? I see a nodding face from Maria. Okay, so then it's some sort of... Then it's on our end. Maybe you were right all along. You were doing the completely right thing, and we were just not able to pick it up somehow. Which is a tricky issue. But okay, so let's see. It's okay if we don't get it. If other people are getting it. Should we do it that way? Well, we're going to lose out a little bit.
Okay. Can you see? Now for the point.
Maria's is nodding. Samuel, can I get a thumbs up from you if you see the Artura sees the PowerPoint as well? Then it's something on our end that doesn't give us the PowerPoint view, but that's okay. Can we first get a video perhaps on Dr. Hayu, and just to get a face and a person, and then we'll hear his voice for...
Yeah, bio.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
And we need to make sure also that the microphone is close enough to him, because now we're directing cameras. All right. So what we want to do in this session, if I can just introduce shortly, is that we want to get a bit closer connection between between two twinning hubs. So we're the Sweden and Jakarta hubs are twinning, and that means that we're having some more in-depth discussions with each other. What we want to do, because we've been hearing a lot to this early session from our end, as well as from some of our international partners, but we would love to open up this session by hearing from our friends in Jakarta. So, and you have a short prepared presentation about the International Interfaith Rainforest Initiative, which is a very interesting initiative that is a practical example of something, of an initiative that connects both faith communities and nature, in this case, rainforest issues and preservation and protection. So would you, yes, thank you so much for joining us, Dr. Hayu, and will you introduce yourself, and we can go ahead and maybe you can start out by speaking to us on video, and then we can shift over to sharing the presentation. The people who are situated in this particular room are not going to catch that presentation, but we will sacrifice ourselves for the better of the rest of the people joining digitally. Excellent. But then you need to be completely sound off and everything, right? So if people in the room want to see the presentation, there's a possibility. Will you paste in the... Oh, you don't get it either? Yeah. All right. So we will make do with what we have. If people can catch up and help each other here in the room by whispering and sharing links and so on, we will start with the presentation, and we will follow as good as we can. So start by introducing yourself, Dr. Hayu, and we'll switch over to the sharing. Thank you.
Hola. Hello, can you hear me? Hola. Can you hear me?
Yes, hello.
Yeah, okay, good. Okay, so I'm Hai Prabowo. I'm with Wilma Council of Indonesia here. So, yeah, in this presentation, we actually present 6 religious.
So, sorry to disturb. We might need to put the microphone closer to Dr. Hayu presenting. So, if that's possible, to move it closer.
Can you hear me?
I hear you. I hear Rudy. I hear Rudy very clearly, but not.
Yes. Okay. So can you hear me now?
Yes, very clearly. Yes.
Better.
That's a lot better.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah. I'm Hayu Prabowo. I'm with Julema Council of Indonesia. So I'm here representing the 6 religious organization over here that comprises of Islam. Indonesia is the largest Muslim country in the world. We have about 200 million of Muslim over here, and we have also the Protestant, Catholic, Hindu, Buddha, and Confucius. So we also over here we have a representation from Hindus and Buddhists over here. and Christian, and also Christian, yeah. And so yeah, this morning this afternoon we hear from IAT that they have a program so-called the Faith for Earth. We are here have the program we call Faith for Forest. So in this case that the forest is actually intended for the climate change, because we understand that the climate change, the forest is actually the most efficient way and proven way to combat the climate change. So that's why the end is we protect the forest is for the climate change. And we work together not only with the religious organization, but also with the indigenous people, with the NGOs, and as well as with the university. So that's why the Dr. Farudin worked with us together on this issue. The primary reason is that the world is currently 70% of the tropical forest in the world is in the three areas, which is Amazon, Congo, and Indonesia. And this comprises for 5 countries: Colombia, Brazil, Venezuela, and Congo and Indonesia. So we represent Indonesia over here to protect the rainforest. And during the on the end of January, we have launched what we call the Interfaith Rainforest Initiative. That we invited about 200 religious leaders across Indonesia, and as well as with the United Nations of Environmental Program, with the government of Norway, and Religions for Peace. So we together work together there for 2 days, and we launched this Interfaith Rainforest Initiative supported by everybody, as well as supported by government. So government also supported our efforts to protect this forest in Indonesia. And by the end of the occasion, we all declared the Interfaith Rainforest Initiative among the 8 religious organizations here in Indonesia. And also, we also launched the educational material in our web. You can check in our web, which is interfaithrainforest.org or interfaithrainforest.id, which is for Indonesia, because it is to intermediate English and English spoken countries and Indonesian spoken countries. So we have written 4 books, which is the Indonesian primer on deforestation for religious leaders and faith communities, and also the tropical forest resource under threat, tropical forest and climate change, as well as the indigenous peoples. So using this education material, we educate all of these religious leaders to be aware the importance of the tropical forest and the importance for climate change to protect not only the people, the indigenous people, but also all of the people around the world. So it is very critical. And the next item, actually there are three objectives over here, that we understand that the climate change and deforestation is because of the moral issue. The moral issue is that we actually have the moral obligation not only with the people around the world, but also with our next generation of people. So we cannot have the proper prosperity today, and we sacrifice our prosperity into sacrificing our next generation. So by understanding this, we summarize into three strategy. First one is synthesizing textual of religious teaching and contextual aspect of the real world problem. So we currently plan to write kind of the educational material, or education material for faith pitching into contextual side primarily for the forest issue and the climate change. So that's the first one. And the second one is that we would like to inspiring, empowering faith-based organizations and religious leaders to advocate for environmental protection. This advocacy not only to the government but also to the business people. So there are advocacy that we currently devising to do this work. And thirdly, because of this movement needs funds, then we would like to mobilize of investment and assets of faith-based organization and for conservation. Because we understand that faith-based organization normally has big assets. So we have schools, we have hospitals, we have the land, we have the the money. So we would like to mobilize this investment into to support this program. So at the end, we would like to mobilize people from all religious teaching for this conservation. And our approach is three prongs, which is the education, conservation, and local people empowerment. So we hope that with this strategy, not only education and conservation, but local people empowerment is very important, because by empowering the people at the local level, then these people will guard the forest more effectively. I think that's all from my side, and we currently also form what we call the Advocacy Council of Indonesia, and we also form organization what we call the Facilitator of Indonesia. So we will work together with these 5 countries, hand by hand, along with the UNEP as the coordinator for this movement. So yeah, hopefully that it can. Yeah, thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you. Yes. Thank you for that initiative and for all the work that's going into it. Mobilizing and connecting various actors that have sometimes not worked closely together before, I know is a large challenge and oftentimes time consuming. And yet, as we heard both from Dr. Iyad and Dr. Azza Karam, there's an unprecedented need for it. So thank you very much for doing that important work on the national and regional arena. That's amazing and inspiring. What I would like to do now actually is to give us a few moments of reflection again together in small groups. You can in the physical rooms that we are sitting in right now, maybe 3 people together, something like that. And also, if I can look at Bengt and see if you might be able to again shift into breakout rooms. Is that a possible challenge? Yeah, because I want to give us a few moments, like 3-4 minutes, just to get some smaller group reflections. And what I want to do is, in light of your presentation right now, with this Interfaith Rainforest Initiative, as a very clear and inspiring example of this type of collaboration, this multi-stakeholder and, in this case, faith-based organization collaborations. What I want to see is for everybody in the rooms, respective rooms, to get a chance to reflect, okay, what are the alliances and the collaborations that I'm currently involved in? And if I don't have any right now that I'm currently pushing, what could I be doing, or what would I want to start building alliances with different organizations, different actors? So we see here Bengt is splitting us into some breakout rooms. How many people do we actually have in total viewing or virtual participants? Oh, 33, fantastic. So we're going to split you also into smaller groups. And since this is a very short reflection session, because what we want to do after that is to come back to the rooms and hear a few kind of summarizing or from the group, what's the status on collaboration, on multi-stakeholder collaboration, and how could we move further? So we'll come back to the room in that sense, and this will be one part of us getting to know each other across the hubs in a closer manner. So I will actually I'll give us 5 minutes because it's slightly more realistic. But still, we'll need to be very brief so that everybody has the chance to say something, and try to, amongst yourselves, be fair in the space that you give each other, both to listen and to speak. So we'll take 5 minutes from now, and we'll then come back together in this larger room. Okay? Thank you. Too. All right. So, everybody in this room, as well as in Jakarta, and also our virtual joiners, we are coming back to our large twinning session room again. And what I would like us to do now, and again, this is in the interest of building new alliances between us. I just want to, let's see, Jakarta, can I get a thumbs up if you hear me and see me? All right, thank you, Bengt. Now I'm unmuted. Yes, it seems like we have connection now with Jakarta, and we have connection with our virtual participants. Fantastic. So what I want to do now is to give the floor to a few of us in or a few of you in the respective in the respective conversations. So I would first like to get two voices from the Jakarta hub that just started sharing a screen with us. Or what's being shared currently? All right. Who's sharing what? Oh, Samuel. Samuel, you're sharing your screen. Thank you for for inviting us into your Facebook Live. Could we somehow maybe get the screen back? Stop sharing screen if you go to your Zoom window. If you go to your Zoom window and stop sharing, yes, that stop share. Stop share. Oh, you had it there. So close. Yeah, stop sharing. Perfect. Thank you. Fantastic. Now we tested that as well. Thank you. That was fun. All kinds of unexpected fun you get as a facilitator of these things. So, all right. So let's get back to trying to share not our screens, but some reflections. And I would like to start with Jakarta. Two people I would like to hear, two different voices. Just some of these examples that you brought up. I think that you might be currently muted, but we'll sort that out. So just two different voices from the small conversations. Reflections about the coalitions and initiatives that are currently happening, and something you would like to strive for improving. Mute? Okay, perfect. Yeah, we have sound now, so that's good.
Hello.
Hi, Rudy. Everybody,
Hi.
this is Dr. Fahruddin, who's our co-creator and co-organizer and host in the Jakarta hub. There you go. He's coming towards the center now.
Thank you. Thank you. Hi, Ola. Thank you for everybody who is attending for this conference. This is very genius idea that we come here together in virtual way, and we are very happy to conduct this conference. And we just have a reflection about the previous presentation regarding the challenge, how we appreciate all the faith groups get together and get their own capacity to improve their knowledge between how to contextualize the values of or the faith values and to the current situation. That is why, as Hayu said, that it is important to improve education, education book of education by involving the elders and religious leaders to get together in a room to create like a teaching, a book or a guidebook for their follower or for their faith, for the faith group. That's what's the first issue that we are going to implement in this IRI movement.
Thank you.
So last time was the declaration, and the second step is how we build the capacity of the connecting or the faith group or faith leader with the science of environment.
Yeah.
And so the science and the scientists coming sitting together with the religious group to create best practice and knowledge, how then we interconnected our textual to see the contextual relevance to the grassroots challenge and action. That's mine.
Thank you so much for that reflection. And I imagine that as we have heard before, both in the panel and from some of our contributing speakers, that sometimes in some instances we're very faith communities and faith-based actors are very used to talking about the relationship between humans and nature and the environment. And perhaps in some instances we need to really put that on the forefront and as you said, to produce new educational materials and also to join faith perspectives in being on the same page in that regard. So I think that's a great initiative that you bring up as something that's really happening actually in Indonesia. And I'm sure with your active involvement in the Faith for Earth initiative as well, that Iyad is chairing or heading up, I'm sure that this will be a possibility for a lot of spread and good practice sharing across interfaith initiatives. So thank you for sharing that. I want to go to our virtual participants, and this will be an interesting dynamic. We would like to get one voice to begin with. Somebody who feels that, what my speaking partner or someone in my group shared was really an interesting initiative. So just a brief reflection from one conversation. Is that possible, you think? Somebody volunteer? I know there's someone out there wanting to share something interesting that they talked with their partner about. We'll come to this room as well. Everybody's unmuted. What can happen? So, can we get someone to step up and share? I know we can. And I'm a very patient person as well, so I'm in no rush really. But I'd really appreciate if someone took the lead here and just you can just say half a minute, kind of 1-point response. It's okay.
Say something.
Yes. All right. All right. We can unmute.
Me?
That's you. Yes.
Yeah, hi, hi everybody. I've been hiding with my video off. I haven't actually spoken to anybody. I'm here on my own in the UK, and you might not know me, but I'm the director of a new body called IMCR, which is the International Network for Conservation and Religion. But I just wanted to pick up on the point that Fakhruddin just made about guides and knowledge and sharing, because I know that there are these plans within the Interreligious Forest Initiative, and that's really important. But I just wanted to take the opportunity to let you know that we are looking at, gosh, what's going on
Yeah,
here?
Bengt, can you just, yeah.
That we are actively putting together a digital web-based platform for knowledge sharing on these specific issues. So there will be guides for all sorts of different religions and all sorts of different conservation, biodiversity, habitat, climate, etc. It's a work in progress, but get in touch.
Do you already have a link that you can share, or is it all in progress?
It's all in progress. It is intended to be launched at the IUCN Congress in June, should that actually happen. But that's the time frame we're looking at. I can share you know, some information about it.
If you post in the chat, you know, any link that we can sort of keep up to date with, that would be very useful. And we will also take that, Andrew from our end will take that into the sharing that we can do on the platform, Padlet platform, etc. Thank you so much. So now I want to shift over to this room here in Härnösand, and to ask some brave or good listening person, or a combination of the two, to just share a reflection on some conversation that has been had in this room as well. And I have a hand mic for that, and we have various cameras to work with. Yeah, so just one person who wants to share something interesting that was shared in your group. Yep. And you can choose to, if you want, you can speak to the television behind you there, and stand up if you may. And
you're making it difficult.
Yes, so many things at the same time.
Multitasking. So, hi everybody out there. My name is Margareta. I come from ACT Church of Sweden. I found it really nice to be in the little group I was with, because I think there is so many good things done, but we don't know about each other. So, you know, this 1 + 1 becomes 3 effect is still something that we can really multiply. Oh, sorry, I'm looking in the wrong direction. So I still think there is a need for mapping, you know, because sometimes we also think and we base our knowledge about each other based on assumption that the religious there and the secular there and the UN here. But instead, if we start to talk what we are actually doing on the ground and see the benefit of collaborative actions, I really think that we can get things done. But then we also need to map what is done on the ground and who do we collaborate with. Yeah, that was one of my things, because it's a win-win. I already found a very good partner here. Yeah, good.
Is that you, Anna? Okay, fantastic. All right, so that's a very good point. I would like to, I want to, you know, further this sort of anarchistic experimental approach and to see, is there anybody out there, and Anna, you can be sort of lined up, but not jump the gun, but you can be lined up. So is there anybody out there who has, like, within it could be faith community, indigenous community, or cross-silo collaborations, that type of mapping project that you would want to raise as a good practice example? Is any one of the participants want to sort of give their example on that, just briefly? And if not, would you like to say something about that, or you could?
Yeah. So my name is Anna Emelin, and I'm very much an overview person. I want to map things, but at the same time, I think mapping sometimes can be a waste of time. I've been communicator at Stockholm Resilience Center, which is a little bit like sitting in a harbor. There's 100 researchers under the same roof, and there's researchers coming from all over the world. So I think maybe we need to think twice before we say mapping. I think we need to know there are people that sit in those harbors and know who can connect who, because I think we need to work with attraction. We all say that, I think we've heard over and over today that corporations fail and agreements fail. I think we need to recognize that when you are in transformation and doing something creatively, you have to have an enormous amount of trust, and it's real relations. And you have to, I think personally that you have to trust if there is an attraction, you have something together, you're supposed to work together, and just go for it. Don't wait for the mapping. And then there are certain people that know, like, okay, the two of you have something together. I mean, we have some incredible networkers in this room that throw people together. So maybe trust us as an organism rather than spend time on mapping.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That sounds like a systems approach to this, and also perhaps to what you're doing in Indonesia, I think, would be an example as well of that. You're acting as you go along, and you are doing as you go along, and that way that will attract, that will get traction from other actors who will jump on board. They'll bring different perspectives, and the ball will roll like that. That's what I think will be interesting, and you might want to look back at our November course on the Nexus of Human Rights and Environment, where we did spend quite some time to talk about systems analysis and systems thinking approach, and really starting to, as a part of transformation, to take that type of approach in the work ahead. Okay, so, all right. So I want to thank all participants in our twinning session for this, rather brief, but yet first go at our twinning. We will continue to deepen our relationship over these 3 days, and we will be following the same, logging into the same Zoom link over the 3 days, and we will continue to share. And before we split up and go to have lunch, we will have some information sharing from Josephine.
Yes, but that will only be for actually part of it is relevant for Jakarta Learning Hub. We have got some feedback that you can sometimes hear a mic that is not muted for those of you who are logged in to the Zoom meeting as individuals. And we have a moderator for the Zoom meetings, Andrew. So anytime you hear a voice that's not supposed to be there or anything, write it on the Zoom chat to Andrew, and then he can deal with it immediately. So anything that is disturbing the Zoom meeting, let us know, notify us by using the chat function in Zoom. That was all for Jakarta. I have some few things additionally for Hanusand.
So before we then go over to the Hanusand specific, I would just like to really extend our gratitude to all the Jakarta participants, those of you who made it to the university today, and those of you who still, despite challenges and obstacles, joined us from your homes or other offices. So thank you so much for joining with us today, and we will see you back again tomorrow. We wish you a great evening.
Good evening. And then we can end from here the Zoom meeting, and we'll continue to give some info to you here in Hanusand. We will go for lunch now in about 1 minute. And we will serve the lunch not here at the library, but in a restaurant called Logen, which takes about 3 to 5 minutes to walk down to. And there are a few people here that knows the restaurant. So for those of you who are new in town in Härnösand or have never been to Logen before, just
grab someone who knows.
Grab someone who knows and make connections. Also, I want to say that a feedback we got when we had our digital pilot in November, I know many of you weren't there, but few of you were, was that we got the info that the lunches were too short. And going back to the guiding principles, rethinking, co-creation and the normative dialogue, we really need time with each other. So therefore, we have scheduled, let me see now, until 1:30 for lunch. So you have actually good time to nurture relationships and deepen our dialogue. So when we all meet back 1:30, it will be in the open space where we started this morning, just outside its door. So we are not going to spend any more time in this room, but we'll be in the open space after lunch. Okay, so have a great lunch. See you back here at 1:30. And anyone who needs guidance to the restaurant, you just grab someone who knows the place. And for any questions, just come to me and Ola. Thank you. relatively... Ja, alltså nej, så, ja du menar breakout, ja, precis. Ja. So let's see if our friends are back, our individual digital participants. Are you back from your Zoom breakout rooms now? They are coming in, okay. What usually happens in meetings is that you sit next to the ones you already know and you talk to those that you are already familiar with. So it's of great importance in a dialogue and meeting like this that we spend more times with those we do not know and give it a true priority, because it's so easy to fall into this repeat. Welcome back, everyone from the Zoom breakout sessions. I hope you had great interactions. What often happens in meetings like this is that you talk to those you are familiar with, instead of establishing new connections and instead of broadening and challenging yourself by talking to those who might think differently or work differently. So that is something we really want to nurture here. And the next assignment I will give you, you have blue papers. You remember which is the SDG number for water? Anyone? SDG 6. That's good, great to know. Great fact to learn here in this global learning experience. So you will take, each of you will take a blue paper and you will draw how you yourself visualize this nexus of, on one hand, environment and climate, on the other hand, all these actors, faith actors, indigenous groups, cultural leaders, and these are the two sides of the nexus.
A blue paper?
And if you are at home and don't have a blue paper, you can draw this on a white paper and still look at a blue item around you in your home surroundings to get the inspiration. And basically, this is a chance for you both to put on printed paper how you see the nexus. Do you see it as a square, as a circle, as a number of items? So try to make it clear to yourself when we talk about this nexus of environment and faith, of environment and climate, and all these actors that we have addressed today. How do you visualize it for yourself? And secondly, where do you place yourself in this nexus? If you have operated in this nexus for years, you might place yourself in the midst of it. Or maybe you are more lending towards one of the sides in the nexus, or maybe you are looking at it from a distance. So the task is to visualize the nexus, and secondly, to place yourself in that visualization. And I will give you exactly 5 minutes for this, and it will be a personal assignment, so we're supposed to not talk to each other, but keep ourselves focused and to sort of listen to ourselves. So how do we visualize it, and where do we place ourselves? So best of luck to all of you. So there is one final minute to finalize your visualization and to place yourself within that. Okay, so now we are going to break out in groups, and we are going to be 3 in each. So it will be the same for those of you who are participating digitally, individually, and for us here. We will be grouped 3 and 3, and we will create breakout rooms in Zoom. And for those of you who are here, I would like you to stand up again. It's after post-lunch, so you need to circulate the food in your body. So try to find 2 other buddies that are of interest to you. Might be the person you introduced yourself to a few minutes ago, or someone else you haven't talked to yet, or someone you want to dig deeper with. So quickly form yourself in groups of 3, and then I'll give you 8 minutes to present your drawings to each other. Okay? 3 in each group, and you have to run this exercise quickly. So pair up with 2 others. Bengt. 3 och 3, perfekt. vi tillbaka dem nu. 1 minut. So it's 1 minute left to close up your conversations. Ola? Oj. Okay. Our friends are back. Individuals in Zoom and our dear participants here in Härnösand. So could everyone get back to your seats, and those participating in front of your computer start behaving well? Put on your webcams again. So I would like I know now you are not back in your 3-to-3 groups, but I would quickly like one from each table to say a short, quick, comment to this exercise. And we'll start with the table over there, and we go around. It's not to make a very long elaboration of the exercise, but to tell us quickly, what do you think? So one at each table. We start over there. Not to present, because now the tables and the groups are not the same. So just to comment the exercise itself. Not what you presented around your own illustration, but rather this way of talking around images. Okay, so you interpreted the task in 3 different ways. That's interesting. What about this table? Someone?
Yeah, it's an interesting exercise because you're suddenly challenged to not only talk technically and in terms of expertise and knowledge, but you have to find symbols or pictures describing a general idea. It's interesting that the river came up as a symbol, and movements, things flowing together, floating apart. So that was a topic that was represented at this table a lot. Thanks.
Before we move on, I would like some of you participating in Zoom, could one of you share with us how you felt about the exercise? Maybe David. Are you ready?
Hello. Well, I must admit it's a bit. I'm a bit uncomfortable with having this format, but we're getting into it. And the exercise to me shows that, well, there are many perspectives, many actors in this nexus. And for my part, I'm sitting on the chair of academia right now, but I also have other hats or chairs. So it's hard to pinpoint exactly where I am, because I'm involved in many from many perspectives, so to say. but it was a good exercise.
Thank you. And Fabian, could you also share with us your thoughts on the exercise? Something quick.
Yes, hello everyone. Yes, the exercise worked fine. It was a bit difficult because we didn't have this shared papers with the images here or the paintings. But I still think we got a small little discussion on our different perspectives coming from different organizations. I think it worked fine.
And I mean, I know your background, Fabian. You work with humanitarian affairs. And sometimes, you know, in this nexus, some of us might think more long-term development cooperation. Some might be more lending towards peace building or humanitarian affairs. I think you are one of the few in this global learning experience that clearly works specifically with humanitarian affairs. Do you have any comment to that, how that affected your view on the nexus?
Yes, I think it actually doesn't differ too much because we work in similar or the same contexts in the end. And we're working in contexts where we have the same challenges and same issues. So I don't think there is that much of a difference. Yeah.
Thank you. Now we'll go back again to Härnösand and we move to this table in the middle here. Do we have someone who wish to comment on the exercise?
Yes, it seems like Nexus can have very many different shapes and forms.
Okay. Visually, many different shapes and forms. And we are going to put up all your illustrations on a board so you can look at each other's later in the coffee break. Someone from this table, quickly. Yeah, take the mic, William.
I think it would have been nice to have just a little bit more time because it's such a complex, big question that we kind of got to explain to it. And as soon as we finished explaining it, then you said, okay, we've got to stop now. Then we were about to start the conversation. It would have been nice just to have a bit longer. And that's only, I guess that's a compliment because we wanted to take the conversation.
You're excited, okay. But we'll get back to this, but it's good feedback, direct feedback. Let's quickly, before we gather up the discussion, to have someone at the back table and this table first, where Ola is now. Yeah, you? Yeah?
Oh, we ended up in, it's hard to convince, for me, example, I work in a school, to convince my leader and colleagues about how important this issue are. So to start the discussion in the right way, and maybe you will continue.
No, I think we also had 3 very different paintings from but it was really good you get to think about your own role or maybe the role of your organization within this nexus. But I think that's, it's always good to keep in mind, like, what can I do or what can we do in this system, sort of.
And thank you for bringing that up because, I mean, our roles are not static. So we are in a transformation process, which means that when we leave as actors and organization on Wednesday, we are not anymore at the same place in the nexus. But it's good to know where we are at this point of time, and this will likely change over the coming days. Okay, back table. Yeah, Johan.
Hello. I would say it's a great conversation starter to depart from illustrations, and we came far in 8 minutes, I would testify to.
Wow, that's impressive to hear. Yeah?
And I would like to say that it's also interesting when you have to do something that we are not used to do, to draw, and to use some other, to be creative, and to use another kind of thinking that is not text. And well, this is also perhaps what we need in this new way of thinking, how to find alternatives. Yeah.
And visualizations is also a very crucial component in system analysis and system thinking. So this is, as I said this morning, one of our guiding principles for these days, and that's why we will come back a number of times to visualization. But thank you everyone for sharing. We have not asked this table. Do any one of you want to add something? Okay.
Well, I just wanted to say that it's difficult to, it was difficult for me to visualize the nexus between the environment and myself, because I am part of the environment. So how do I draw myself outside the environment? That was my challenge.
Okay. Thank you all for sharing. And is there any final person in the Zoom who did not get a chance to share and would like to do so? If so, unmute your mics and let us know. Maybe Raisa?
Well, we had our team member who shared. It's Risa.
Yeah, sorry, Risa.
We had our team member who shared, and again, it was, as he said, we had different ways of approaching the issue. But it was interesting for me because they listed organizations that I hadn't thought about. So I've added them to my image.
So there is already networking happening. That's good news. Thank you to all. Now we will close down this session, which had the purpose of digging deeper and familiarizing ourselves more with each other in the specific Swedish Learning Hub. Now we will move, for those of you who are following the program closely, Tactics in the Decade of Action is our next session we're moving into. So I would like to welcome Magnus Valan up here on stage with me, and we'll get you a mic. And you will get to sit here in the sofa with me. And while we are fixing this, there is a chance to stand up or visit the bathroom. So we start again in 2 minutes. 1 minute. So everyone, please get back to your seats. And after this session, there will be a specific assigned coffee break. So if some of you are longing for fika, we'll provide it a bit later. Okay, I have the great honor to have one of the leading experts within Swedish Development Cooperation next to me. I don't know how many of you participating online or here in Härnösand that have got the chance to meet Magnus Valand over the years, but he has worked for the last 25 years for Diakonia. He has an extensive background. He started off fighting apartheid in South Africa, and ever since then he has kept on fighting. Not necessarily apartheid, because we all know from history that part of it is still there in the society, but part of it we managed to break down. But other barriers, not least when it comes to coherence between Swedish development policy and trade policy, arms trade and other areas of trade. So we feel honored and privileged to have you here with us, Magnus. And we said this morning that what we want to do is to turn the sense of urgency in the decade of action, only 10 years remaining for the 2030 agenda, into delivery. And if that's going to be possible, we need some tactics. If we look at ourselves as football players or rugby team, we need some tactics. How can we go about not only to do things differently, but also to have more and stronger impact? Because many of us here are pushing for a bottom-up approach, not a top-down approach. So for more voices to be heard, for more groups of people to be included. But in order to accomplish that, we need to influence society and decision makers. So Magnus is here with us to provide us with some tactics. So Magnus, I'll give the word to you.
Wow, what an introduction. My goodness. Thanks. Nice to be here in Härnösand. And I think I will give some more, both a bit personal reflection, some of it is Diakonia policies, but also to raise maybe a bit of critical questions on us in the development community, I think one could call it that. To talk about tactics, methodology, policies, and give that a few minutes of reflection. I work as at the Policy and Advocacy Department at Diakonia. My task is to coordinate our work towards Swedish political decision makers. I think that maybe most of you know Diakonia, but we are a church-based development organization owned by 2 Swedish churches. We work in 30 countries with about 450 organizations on gender equality, on human rights, democracy, and economical justice. And I will give some thoughts and reflections on advocacy and tactics. And we maybe have a 40 minutes or something like that, and we continue our discussion. Yes. Where do I put this on? Where do I press it? Nej. Ja, det var det jag trodde. Nu gick det. why do we work with advocacy? I mean, it's actually very, when it comes to climate issues, of course it is a stupid question, because climate change and climate justice and the climate crisis is clearly an obvious a question of inequalities, and it is very unfair. Those affected most by climate change are the vulnerable people that are least responsible for climate change. And we must acknowledge the huge difference between possibilities of influence between those mostly affected and us living in industrialized countries, and especially us as aid donors as well, where we have powers and instruments to influence policies that largely affect climate emissions, but also possibilities of making changes in a completely different way, also because we are democracies. Sweden is an industrial country. We have in our foreign policy many instruments to influence global issues. We're often talking about results and efficiency in aid, with around 50 billion Swedish crowns a year, but we are not paying enough attention, I would say, to other areas, like how many of you knows that we have a state bank who support the Swedish export industry? Svensk Exportkredit, which has a turnover of about several hundred billions of Swedish crowns. Where is the report on results? Where are the journalists? Where are the detailed reports that should be handed in on all these projects they are supporting? There is very, very little. Nobody's paying attention. And I'm taking one example. Then we have the Export Credit Agency, which is ensuring Swedish companies various kind of deals. But also here there are some attention, and we have some new rules recently. But we made a study, Diakonia and Amnesty, a couple of years ago on. We just picked an example of a big deal that Swedish government state agency to ensure deals in various countries that Sweden had for a paper mill in Brazil, and we could see that there were extremely hard to get access to these multi-billion deal that the Swedish state supported with export credit guarantees, but also in state loans. And this is in very high degree in secret to get access to this. And from a rights perspective and the people affected in Brazil, they had almost none possibilities to influence and to get information, etc. And their voices was basically not heard. So if we should make a comparison a bit about how we deal with aid and what other instruments and possibilities to influence, I think that there is a reason to ask if we're working with the right perspective, as with the power that we have, are we working with the right issues? How effective are we? Do we make an assessment when we give priorities within our organization on what impact and what possibilities we have to influence or not? I think that is something that we have to ask ourselves with the power we have and the wealth and the democratic rights we have. Do we really make this assessment on priorities and what we are working with in our organizations. If we should talk about aid itself, we also need to ask, I think, critical questions. I put the question on, can you make aid more equal in power relations? And I would say that you can't. It is an equal affair how much you try to deal with it. And it's not any good to try to deny that. But you can do things to improve things, I think. And I've listed a few things that I feel that we are tools that we have within our own organizations, but that always need to be challenged and improved. We have our policies and methodologies to work with the right-based approach. We have policies of not do cherry picking, just pick up a few things in various organizations, project for which is easy to sell back at home and to take Facebook pictures of, but actually to support organizations in their own priorities, their own budgets. Who will other pay is the secretaries, the office space, the rents, and so on. Quite the maybe unpopular, but these things also need funding. I think we also need to do much more when it comes to make a gender analysis in our projects and programs and in our organizations. And it's important to do that from the start. When we work with aid, I think that we have to be very transparent, also with failures and incident reports, evaluations, because this is important quality mechanism if you are actually taking the right-based approach seriously. And we also, to be honest, to be able to motivate continuation of a generous aid in Sweden in the long run, we need to be honest about that aid is difficult. Sometimes things goes wrong. To avoid exaggerations and rumors about corruption, etc., etc., etc. In that way, we can counter that and say that, yes, of course, things goes wrong. We have thousands of projects and programs and channels, and of course, things can go wrong on different reasons. But in that way, it's also more easy to say that we shouldn't spread myths and exaggerate also. One thing that we have done within Diakonia, which I think has been very important, is to decentralize power to local offices. Local offices that knows the situation in various countries much better than what we can do in Stockholm, who understand the local context and power relations and whatever. We have also a complaints mechanism, and it should be a complaints mechanism that actually works. We have also accountability that we try to systematic follow up with right holders of priorities and follow-ups of program and projects. And then to take advocacy in the North seriously. And it should be I think that is, as I mentioned earlier, there are so many instruments and possibilities in the North that that southern partners or right holders don't have access to for example, the EU structures, which we have, and therefore we must take that responsibility to do that follow-up. One thing that we are working with Diakonia right now, and many other organizations also, to look at these financial flows that we have. If we should make sustainability issues and the policies that we are talking about seriously and make these changes that we need to see, we have to change the financial structures. We saw that the government in Sweden now, just like this, could pop up with 300 billion Swedish crowns because of Corona. That's fine, that's excellent. But we haven't seen anything the same when it comes to climate change. And I'm sure a lot of this money will go back to Swedish air companies because of retrenchments. So I don't think that this will change anything in the long run that we need to see if we should go to a more sustainable future in the world. And therefore we are looking a lot on other issues outside aid, which has to do with financial legislation of, for example, EU legislation of transparent, forcing companies to be transparent in their financial reporting. And in that way, if we will get transparent reporting for companies in their global deals and in various countries, we will be able to give tools to human rights organizations, women organizations, investigative journalists, etc. Not just to look on how companies avoid paying money, tax evasion, because we know that we need to have a massive investment to be able to make that adaptation which need to come also in developing countries, from fossil fuels to more sustainable energy sources. But right now, in practice, there is often a belief that we are giving a lot of money to developing countries. But in practice, there is an outflow. And that is not really known, even to politicians. We have an outflow of resources from developing countries. So it's $1 in, $2 out. That's the figures, statistics. And so we say that we have to stop this outflow. And it's mainly outflow coming from commercial actors who like to avoid to pay taxes, and it's going to tax havens. And this is secrecy. But with global rules, at least EU rules, or at least Swedish rules of saying that companies need to report their financial books, the most basic things, then we will be able to get quite far in to expose how this unproductive financial flows are going. It could also expose a lot of corruption. So I think that's transparency rules for companies extremely important. And of course, we also need legislation that will force companies to make some kind of at least a human rights perspective of their investments. And that there is companies will be forced to make some kind of impact assessment before they make their investments or trade deals with, if it is Brazil or China or Venezuela or whatever. And in that way, they can be held accountable in a much instruments to hold companies accountable. And that kind of legislation we are seeing is coming up in Finland, in Denmark, in UK, in Holland, in Germany. But Sweden don't want to do this. I think it's very, very sad. So that is a priority for us. So how do we work then with advocacy? I mean, advocacy to influence decision makers. It's political, of course, but we try to avoid party political taking side in that sense. And it's extremely important for a long-term influence not to align yourself with a political party or the government also. I had a course with Concord a couple of weeks ago, and I asked the people there who was working with advocacy quite a lot within the Swedish Development Organization, how many people of the participants had been to the Minister of Foreign Affairs the last year. I think it was 80–90% of them had been to a meeting. I asked them, how many of you have been there twice the last year? Almost the same. 3 times. Yeah, it was 70% at least. How many of you met the Center Party or the Moderate Party and talked about development aid and policies? 2, 3 maybe. And I think that we need to do a shift. We have to step out a bit of our comfort zones in that sense. Not just go to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs meetings, or maybe not so much internal meetings. We have to come out a bit and meet politicians, meet the ordinary people, if we should educate, and we have to go outside our lingo as well, I think. One part of an effective advocacy work is, of course, is to be very close to and to work with right holders and partners. And sometimes it's difficult to avoid traveling in that, but you can also do it, as you have shown here, through other ways and means. But to at least present positions and priorities that you can refer to right holders and partners. And of course, transparency is important, also in failures, as I said earlier. More tactics then. I think it is important to, when you have identified what you would like to see changed, what policies or mechanism in the government foreign affairs policies and instruments that you have identified that you would see a change of. It's important to do the homework, not just to ask everything at once, but to try to pinpoint what are the steps that can be taken. Where do the politicians need to start? I remember I came to met a member of parliament a while back, and she told me, I will not have any more meetings with you. What? I said, no, you come here with somebody who's talking about the situation, whatever it was, Guatemala or Cambodia, but you couldn't say what you want me to do. So next time you come, you must have formulated, what do you want me to do? That was excellent. She told me how I should do next time. And so that I have that as a rule. I will not ask for a meeting with the politicians where I haven't formulated in advance exactly what I want that person to do. And what is a realistic starting point? Don't ask for everything at once, because that will be impossible. Then the person will just make a note, yeah, okay, that's interesting, and then go to the next meeting. But if you have something that you want, something to start with, something which is possible, realistic to start with, then you have started a process, and then you can come back. So I think that is an important learning to be effective in advocacy. One thing is, I think, is very human. is encouragement is much more efficient than shaming. Maybe shaming is sometimes you have to do that to pinpoint something really bad, somebody really bad positions taken or actions. But if you want people to be involved, encouragement is much better. Another politician told me once, well, you're talking about Agenda 2030 or policy for global development. What is that? You must stop using lingo. You can't expect us politicians to understand what you're talking about if you... And we will maybe not even tell you that we don't understand what you're saying. So we must stop using lingo. We must, if you want to be efficient, you should actually listen much more than you talk. Where is the starting point from the people that you are trying to influence? What do they know about the issue? And if you don't know that, you can't take anything for granted. You have to start off by listening. Where is this person in this issue? What does he or she understand? And if you just talk and you have your lingo, the person will just sit there and nod, and when there's a half an hour gone, bye-bye, thank you, it was very, very nice, and then go to the next meeting. And I think that is a reality. And for politicians, that's their daily situation. I also talked to a politician who, Margareta Cederfelt, the moderator in the middle to the right. How many emails do you get a day? Oh, it varies, of course, depending on the time of the year and if it's election, but 250, 350, 400? So you don't read your emails? No, I haven't got a chance. So don't expect that you can easily, especially when you come to mass production emails, it doesn't make an impact. But if you write a personal email, or maybe even say, well, I heard you in the debate, and you were excellent on this point. Yes! They will be so happy, because then you have actually shown that you have seen or heard her or him, and then you will have a starting point. And of course, meetings, if possible, is much better than email, of course. Be flexible on alliances, and I think that's also important. On various issues the Diakonia work with, if it has been arms export or climate issues, tax evasion, we have different coalitions. And of course, sometimes it's Church of Sweden, but sometimes it's Concord, sometimes it's Amnesty, sometimes Svenska Freds, or sometimes it could be also individual companies, for example, or coalitions, or partners, of course. And of course, that also have an importance. We'll see now what will happen when it comes to the issue of business and human rights, because I think that there is obviously so that there is a number of companies that are doing a lot when it comes to human rights due diligence in their operations, who say that it's unfair that a lot of Swedish companies can get away with doing nothing. So it's better to have a legislation, because then we will have the same playing field, everybody. So I think that is a matter of time. I came here to Härnösand, actually not for this course in the beginning, because I came here to go to the congregation. I was speaking at the sermon yesterday, and some activists in the last night, because I do think that to have an effective advocacy work towards politicians, you must use the fact that you are not a PR firm in Östermalm, but that you actually are a popular organization and that you have a base. Before the election in 2018, we had, I don't know how many it were. How many were there? 60, yeah. 60 talks about politics, values, development politics with candidates for the parliament election. And I think that around 40, 50 of MPs who took part of them came into power or in parliament. And then we have built relationships with them. And the politicians knows that we are not a PR firm, that we actually have people out there in the congregations all over Sweden that are interested what they do and what they say. So I think that was a very important tool to get politicians be aware of that there are people who do not want to have this nationalistic Sweden first politics, that are interested in them standing up for development and human rights perspectives. And if we all could do that, wow. Sometimes we maybe could do it together, but maybe even sometimes maybe even better that we come from different corners and talking about the same issues roughly and challenge them. I'm thinking of the election 2022. But also when it comes to be efficient in advocacy work, do your homework when it comes to making a power analysis. Where does the various parties stand on these various issues? Is there positions from Congress, from party programs? Have they made statements in Parliament, in op-eds, in articles? So you can make an assessment where the parties are and whom to influence. Who are the priority people to influence? And also, what are the arguments against what you want to achieve? Have they misunderstood what you're saying? Maybe you need to amend your language and your message to what they think that you are saying. And I think that's extremely often I hear that they misunderstand because they're reading something else into what you're saying. So the question of listening and making that analysis is extremely important. And depending on those issues, who are the ones that you should influence more exactly? How do you reach out to those people that you want to reach? Depending on what issues you're working on, like climate justice, let's say that, who are the ones that are really taking these decisions? Is it the government? Is it the Minister of Climate? Or is it the Parliament? If you want a sustainable change, maybe it's not good enough to influence the present government and the present cabinet. Because if there's a change of power, then you lose it. So you have to build long-term, influence, I think. And maybe it's not all the Minister of Climate that owns this issue, because it actually belongs to the Minister of Finance in reality, or the Committee of Finance in Parliament. And now, like we have the January agreement, there are 4 parties taking positions. How do you assess what do the parties say within this more? Now it's very, I would say we have a democratic problem today, because there are 4 parties who take decision and we don't really know what their positions are on various issues. They negotiate in a secret way and make compromises. So I think that we have an accountability problem there. But when we know this, at least we can try to investigate what the party is saying, and from that pinpoint, if this party change, then the whole balance will change. So you could actually be much more efficient with making a kind of a power analysis. I think that we as development organizations are also believe too much in emails and position papers and papers and so on. And I think that if we should influence the decision makers, not you have to make, as I described earlier, to make a plan on how to take steps by steps forward. You have to listen in what are the objections and what are the real objections, maybe not even said in public. What are the fears about this change that you want to achieve? But the real change, I think, often is not there until the target group, the decision makers, could actually feel something. It is not just that you can overcome by intellectual positions and papers. They are flooded with information, but how and can you find ways and means to get to the stomach or to the heart of the decision makers? By travels or by visitors, that is much, much more efficient. I traveled with some members of parliament to Zimbabwe a year ago, and what they really remembered wasn't the PowerPoints. It was sitting in the township, holding hands in the darkness and listening to people complaining about corruption and repression. That is what they remember. And they will remember that for their life, basically. They will not remember the PowerPoints, but they will remember that feeling. And can we work from that? I think that we will be much more influential.
Those words, I think, are truly prophetic for our times. We won't be remembered for our PowerPoints and all the reports, but rather the actual impact and the change we drive. Thank you so much for coaching us as a rugby team here with some tactics. I will soon open up for you to ask your questions, and we make sure that we go back to the Zoom meeting again. So the team will facilitate for you to switch from streaming to Zoom meeting, so you also have the chance to raise your questions. Meanwhile, I will give you a question myself. I mean, you talked about that one of your strategies is to really make sure that decision making and when decisions are taken, that it happens as close to the right holders as possible and closer to the field and where operations or advocacy or capacity building is taking place. One concept that is now more and more coming up is the concept of adaptive management. And I myself find it very useful. Last week in Sweden, as Sida, we were hosting Dane Honig. I can recommend you. We will put on Zoom and the Padlet his latest article, but he has done extensive global research where he has compared all World Bank data on development operations and to see if you have a top-down approach where most decisions are taken at headquarters. He looked at donor agencies such as USAID, DFID, etc. And also the development banks. If you take decisions top-down at headquarters back in US and Europe versus if you delegate decision-making to the field. And he actually found evidence in his extensive PhD research, which is now published, that in unpredictable contexts, it's possible to say that is it always better to take decisions closer to the field, closer to the right holders. He's still looking for the full evidence to say the same for more predictable contexts. But this is really something we are also now looking into as a donor agency. And I think we really need a constructive conversation between donor agencies and civil society on how to really move forward, away from a very narrow-minded result thinking to more of adaptive management. So, my question to you is, what would be the constructive way forward? I mean, we can see that this is needed, but how do we get there? You have decided, I mean, in your management structure to work like that, but for development cooperation at large, how do we move and transform?
Wow, it's a tricky question. I think that we have working in development aid organizations over the time slowly has been moving towards this more public management methodologies, and it has taken time, but it has also blooming out more and more, I would say. So I think that needs to be challenged. I have a new boss at the Diakonia Policy and Advocacy Department. We sat down the other day and we listed a mapping the various planning tools we had and our new various programs that we have. And then he basically said that, well, we have this plan and this plan and this plan, and then we have this Swedish strategy. Isn't that just on top of everything else? Yes. Is it anybody who has used this Swedish strategy for the last year? Have anybody gone back to it? No? Okay, then we scrap it. I love that. I think that was excellent. I mean, our planning mechanism and reports and so on, if we ask ourselves the question, is this true? Have we used this in the last year or not? And if you say, no, we haven't, then you could really think of if we need it. And I think that is not good enough. I think that we have asked ourselves, how do we reach out in a much better way? I think that we, as development organization, with the number of staff we have and the resources we have in money, etc., we must challenge ourselves, how do we reach the Swedish public in a much better way?
Thank you. Now I want to open up for questions from both Zoom participants in the Learning Hub and no Zoom, from Härnösand Learning Hub here. So I see a first question there with, yes, please introduce yourself and your question.
Yes. My name is Maria Bard. I work for ACT's Church of Sweden. Magnus, thank you for your interesting presentation. I wanted to ask you about messaging and messages. Quite often, the advocacy work is done from the policy unit, and the messages are quite complicated. And in the debate we have in Sweden today, it's become quite, I would say, simplified. And then, as NGOs, we come in and we are questioning that simplification and saying it can't be that simplified. We have to make it complex, and we have to communicate how things really, really, really are. And then it gets lost in translation somehow. Like you're saying, Magnus, now why do people really understand? And I remember we had a meeting with one of our MPs earlier this fall, and we talked about biståndsviljan. How
the ability to...
Yeah, how aid is viewed in Sweden today. And we were saying we need to, conquer some of those parties who are saying, questioning it, wanting to cut it down and so on. We need to give them proper arguments. And then the MP told us, no, you need to be just as simplified in your messages as they are. Because we listen to the people, and the people, in general, the public don't understand what you're saying when you're talking, up here. But at the same time, we as NGOs, we do want to change things, and we want to keep, we want to have a back, the complexity should be there. But I know this is something you've been thinking a lot about, And I would like to hear you elaborate a bit on that thing, how to how messages should be done, and the fear maybe of being too simplified. And sometimes we're too complicated. And I know Diakonia has been, thinking a lot about that this fall, especially now in the, where we're in the debate today.
Yes. Do we have more immediate questions? Yes. Let's pick another one.
Hello, my name is Eva Maria Munk, and I work for Church of Sweden Youth and ACT Church of Sweden, together with ACT Church of Sweden. And I work with engagement for young people in global advocacy issues. So my question is concerning that. I think the advice from you, Magnus, was brilliant, and it's like a handbook for advocacy. But maybe for many young people, they feel like it's not that easy to call up a politician and ask for a meeting. Do you have any specific advice for young people who are engaged in global justice issues? How to get to that meeting, or how to work in a different way if maybe the political meeting is not the main goal for advocating? Thank you.
Okay. I think we'll let you answer to those two questions, and then we can take a second round of questions after that.
When it comes to messaging, I think that there is a divide with the policy departments and the communication departments. The communication departments are recruited and have a skill on fundraising, and the policy departments have not very good skills in communication. So I think that we have to learn something in between there, and maybe we need to have some mix of expertise of how to communicate political messages and advocacy agendas in a simplified manner. And I think that there's this divide in the organizations. And I think that we have to find methods of doing that. I've seen some very good examples. Fair Finance Guide, for example, their videos and Facebook posts on banks' investments has been very good. I think the Diakonia have also made some progress making films and which simplifies and communication on this. But we need to be able to look ahead for 2022. There is a realistic big risk that we will see change of government to a government who are willing to do huge cuts in aid. It will also be a risk of very even harder when it comes to doing information works and campaign works, that there will be more of humanitarian, apolitical, I would say, aid. And if we don't watch out before then and plan ahead, we are losing a huge opportunity. So I think that we have this space of time until 2022 to take the communication much more better. And my warning in that is that we will oversimplify. We must talk about that aid is complex. Sometimes it goes wrong, and it's much better to acknowledge that. But to say that, well, yes, maybe that is one of the, if you're looking at SIDA money in various ways, I mean, the channels for aid is tens of thousands of different channels and programs and organizations. And it's not strange if somewhere along the line there are people who steal, could be Swedes, there could be foreigners, etc. It's a reality. But that doesn't take away the broader picture of the results that we can achieve. And can we show that we are much more credible by also acknowledges problems. So I think that we as organizations have to be much more better on transparency, but also on when we do mistakes, when there are mistakes, or when money are stolen, whatever. I think the CEDA policy is very good when it comes to always report it and be transparent, but the NGO community is not. And I think that is a problem. We need to learn from that. And we have to be much more proactive. I think that we could be proactive in saying that, well, these parties who are advocating cuts, they are saying that aid or investment is much better. But the aid and investments increase doesn't necessarily more money for development. And it doesn't help to support the women organizations. Who will do that? Ask that. Who will support the women organizations if you cut down aid? Of course it has a huge impact. We must be much better in also as NGOs, but also in government, I would say. They need to be much better in explaining how aid is assisting organization in corruption, in institutions, in auditing system, riksrevisioner, vad heter det nu då?
National audit
agencies.
Yes.
In the anti-corruption groups, in investigative journalism. We should list that. Lots, all of us could do that. And then in that context, it's much easier to say, well, yeah, it also happens that money is stolen, but the broader picture is overwhelming how important aid is.
So what do you say to the second question,
with youth,
which regards to the role of young advocates and activists? How can they access power? How can they be influentious in their work?
I think that, well, you're talking about politicians in parliament, but they actually come from here. They also live here around all over Sweden. So I think that you can do much more when it comes to influence parties and politics starting from a local point. You don't need to go to Stockholm because they all come from various places. The people who participate in the party political congresses, it's not also the parliamentarians. They also come from here. We shouldn't be so afraid of going to contact and get knowledge, learn the arguments, update yourself on facts, and you will be much better equipped on arguing than the politicians, because you have an experience which they don't have. So I think that we should be much more confident in what we are doing. We shouldn't be so scared of that. And I don't think that youth are, basically. But it's just to get a plan and to read, I think. And I think we should plan ahead of the 2022 election, because I think that will be so important.
And on Wednesday in our global session, we will have a specific panel that will address the role of youth agency for the faith and environmental nexus. So we'll get the opportunity to come back to that. Now I know we have a last question for Magnus from Helena at the back there. So please provide her with a mic so we can hear from you.
Hello, I'm Helena, and I like it that you mentioned 2022. I'm working with the 2022 Initiative Foundation, and mainly thanks to lobbying from our side, the Swedish government has now proposed that they want to host a UN conference in June 2022, 50 years after the first UN conference on sustainable development was held in Stockholm in 1972. And it's also going to be halfway to 2030 since the climate agreement and the 2030 agenda. So now the government is sort of on board, but what would be your advice to us how to get the opposition, all political parties on board on this? Because this will be also in June during the election campaigns. So how could we get all political parties to actually work on achieving this SDGs by 2030 or before?
That's a tough question because of realities before the election, of course. So it have to be something which are planned 2020, 2021. That's the answer, basically. I remember one election, I don't know what election it was, a couple of years ago. We had called Emil Jensen, and we were in Betlehemskyrkan in Gothenburg. And we had youth there, because they came to listen to Emil Jensen.
Emil Jensen.
So the room was actually quite packed, maybe 200 youth. And the politicians came in from the various parties. And they came in from the street where they're trying to talk to people, you know, shopping, but people were busy. And then there were 200 youth there who was going to be voting. And so they were a bit shocked. Can you mobilize these so much people? Who? And they are interested in these tough issues on international issues. So they were a bit shocked, but they admitted that. They realized that, well, next time I need to understand this question much more. And I think that was in Gothenburg. It wasn't a Stockholm thing. And I think that we have to think not just for a conference, not in Stockholm. We have to think about out there. Yeah.
Okay.
And one thing.
Yeah.
Nobody with it, I don't know how I should put it. We know that the Moderate Party has been in their budget cutting aid, but not, and there are divisions within the Centre Party, the Liberal Party, and the Social Democracy as well on how much aid we should give in the future and the direction for it. Wanting to use it both for, as Moderate Party and the Social Democrats, to say that we shouldn't give more aid to countries who refused to take on our asylum seekers that have been denied asylum that we want to send back. In reality, it's just one person the last 3 years to Afghanistan, but in spite of that, they make it as a political thing. But if you challenge all these parties, do you want to be open to the world? Do you want to have a direction of Sweden first, like Trump? Nobody would say that. So the word solidarity is labeled very much as a social democratic thing. But if you're talking about if you want to live in an open society, in an open world, and to be part in the global conversations, everybody will say yes. So depending on how you frame things and what language you take, nobody wants to be a nationalist, possibly Swedish Democrats, but all the other parties will oppose when you really challenge them on this. So I think that's a matter of not just tactics, but how one could frame it, not just to say we should have more aid to ourselves, but do you want to take do you want to have an instrument to influence or not? That's the question. Not if you should have 1% of aid or not. But if you want to take part in the global conversation, want to influence, and do you want to give support to these organizations that are fighting for human rights, then they say yes.
So with those words, we will start to wrap up our important, very, very important conversation with Magnus Valand. What I've taken with you from you and what I've learned from you is that we should always remember to touch the heart. We should dare to embrace complexity, even if the conversation is too often simplified. We should consider ordinary people, citizens, as key target for us, and not just go for policy professionals. And not only people and citizens, but also those voted in by them. and we should be there and ready to step up our ambitions in the Decade of Action. So thank you so much for contributing and for sharing your tactics with us. And now there is time for coffee for everyone. And for those of you who are at home, make sure you grab your mug. And while we are here mingling with each other, you can watch some cute cats on YouTube. Yes, let's give a big applause to Magnus.
Thank you.
Oh, can you hear me? Okay, so I heard all your conversations, so sorry if I tricked you by, I will sort of show up. No, I'm sitting
Okay,
like most
so
people today.
to everyone who's still drinking coffee, grab another cup of coffee and grab if you want an additional fruit or Swedish kanelbulle. For those of you who are joining us online, I hope that you had a good laughter when you watched your cats on YouTube. And remember to refill your coffee as well, because you don't want to miss out on the next session. We're starting in 2 minutes exactly. Yes,
Yes.
2 and 2, for those who are participating online. And Matthias. Okay, welcome back, everyone. This next upcoming session will be moderated by a co-creator and a representative from the Swedish Learning Hub here. He's standing next to me now, Matthias Bunnig. Welcome. You are a sustainability experts in many ways, and not least from working in your capacity as director of the World Evangelical Sustainability Center in Bonn, where you are pushing and advocating for evangelical churches around the world to take the current climate crisis seriously and to really step up and take action. And you, as World Evangelical Sustainability Center, are also one of the founding members for Faith for Earth initiative with UNEP. So in that sense, you're also here to represent the Faith for Earth initiative, which is, as we all know, a co-partner in the Organization of People and Planet. In addition to this, you are also an appointed member of the Multi-Faith Advisory Council for the UN Interagency Task Force for Religion and Development. So you are here represented in multiple relevant capacities and roles and functions. And with these introductory words, I hand over to you and wish you great of luck in the moderation.
Great. Thanks so much, Josephine, for that nice introduction. And hello to Reverend Hendrik Grape, joining us digitally here on the screen next to me. Good to have you with us. So it's a great joy and honor for me to moderate that next session, this afternoon session, titled Negotiating Change from a United Interfaith Rational. And as Josephine already said, I have the honor to direct the World Evangelical Alliance Sustainability Center, which is based in Bonn in Germany. That's the town where I come from, where I live. and which is also the town where UNFCCC is based. So it's actually just 100 meters across the road from our office. UNFCCC, the UN Climate Change Secretariat. So the Bonn Accord, the Paris Agreement was actually written in Bonn in a building just across the road from us, because that's where the UNFCCC headquarters is. But it's obviously the Paris Agreement, and we have a lot of work still to do to get a good sense of urgency around that Paris Agreement. We're all aware of that. And that is part of our discussion now for this session. To get us started and to get you activated, because sometimes in the afternoon, I know that feeling, we get a little bit laid back. I want to ask a question to you. What are your spontaneous associations if you hear this term or the words faith and climate? You can just shout. I will repeat it over the microphone and also speak into this box so everyone on Zoom can listen to me. And if you're joining us on Zoom, you can also write that into the chat box, and my esteemed colleagues will make sure that we hear your associations. So what are your spontaneous associations when you hear faith and climate? Is there a word, an idea, a thought that comes to your mind? Let's go. Yes, please, just shout. Climate justice. Great association. Okay. Sorry. Values. Activists. Creation. Good one. Lack of interest among certain groups. Hope. Strength. Okay, I see Reverend Henrik Grape taking some notes. It's good. It's all food for thought for his presentation. Sorry? What was that, Mika? Theology. Wow. Okay. Okay, thanks so much for your spontaneous reactions. I think these are some good thoughts and some good ideas and topics to wrestle with for our main speaker and expert in this session today. And now I want to introduce him to you, Reverend Henrik Grape. Henrik, great to have you here with us today, and thanks for making the time to be with us. So Henrik is chair of the Interfaith Liaison Committee of the UNFCCC COPs. So the COPs are the Conference of Parties of UNFCCC, the UN Climate Change Secretariat, and he has played an instrumental role in the development of the Interfaith Declaration on Climate Change for COP25, the 25th edition of the Conference of Parties, which took place in Madrid last year in December. And this declaration is titled Faith Communities Demand Climate Justice. There we have the word we just heard. What is the background of Henrik? He has been with Church of Sweden in his capacity to be officer on sustainable development for almost 2 decades, and he also coordinates the World Council of Churches Working Group on Climate Change. But the interesting thing is really here that he deals a lot with interfaith cooperation and interfaith dialogue around climate change. So we're very much looking forward to your presentation. I just want to let you know about the structure of our session. So we will have Henrik's presentation now as the first part in our session on the interfaith work on climate change during the COPs, during the Conference of Parties, the climate negotiations. Then we have time for questions for clarification, so to make sure that we clarify all remaining knowledge or understanding issues. And then, because it's important, we want to embark on an interactive exercise around 4 questions that you can discuss and come to some conclusions on, and that will be the final part of our session today. And we have 1 hour, so we cannot afford to lose too much time. So I ask you, Reverend Henrik, now to kick this session off with your presentation. And thanks again for being with us and for your insights.
Thank you, Matthias. I'm very happy to be here, even if it's maybe the new way of being partners, to sit in my home in like a quarantine. I'm very happy to hear all the words about what was coming up to your mind when we were discussing climate and faith communities. Of course, it's about climate justice. I'm a part of the World Council of Churches working on climate change, and I've been a member of that group since 2006, and I've been to almost all COPs except one since then. And I'm for these last years, I am also seconded by Church of Sweden to World Council of Churches as senior advisor on care for creation and climate justice. So, and I'm leading the group that is coming to the COP. And we have been to the COPs from World Council of Churches since it started. Since the first COP, there have been a small delegation to the COPs all the time. During the last, I would say, 15 years, more faith communities have appeared on the scene on climate change in the COPs from UNFCCC, as Matthias told you about earlier. Faith-based organization was not recognized so much when I started in this work. Mostly when coming to the COPs and the climate convention, the first one who was interested, I would say, was the environmentalists. The environmentalists saw this as a true question for how to save the environment. I mean, it's a part of the outcome of the Rio Declaration in '92, where the convention was founded, together with other good conventions like on biodiversity and so on. But during the years, it's also become more clear, also with the different reports from the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, it has been more and more obvious that it's not only about environment, it's also very much about the social parts and the social effects of climate change that we can see coming up, and it's something that is stronger and stronger. And this has also made many more of the relief organization, different relief organization, coming up to the COPs just to have this advocacy work, to meet with the different delegations, to have some kind of impact on the negotiation. So it has been environmentalists still there, but also the relief organization. Also non-faith relief organization, I would say. But one thing that I learned rather early in this work was that there is a special place also for value-based organization, I would say, and I include faith communities in that, is that to actually come forward in the climate issue, I think it's very important that it will be value-driven in some way. And faith communities all over the world are very much a value-driven force. And it's also something that is action. Their action from faith communities are more not so much of a self-interest if you compare it with business, or even if you compare it with an environmental organization, or maybe some relief organization as well. The voice of the faith communities is something different in these situations. And during the years, I would say that there is a greater interest from the UN institutions to listen also to the faith-based organization and to the faith communities and their voices inside the UN settings. And of course, I mean, faith communities can contribute, but it can also sometimes have some bad influences, I would say. So we have to, I think we have to seek for those kind of faith-based organizations that are actually coming to this for a positive solution, especially on the climate discussions. The interfaith work on climate change is something that I've been involved in more or less since in 2008, when the Archbishop in Uppsala held an interfaith climate summit that was inviting people globally from all the different main religions, I would say, including indigenous voices, to Uppsala to write a manifesto for the 2008 Interfaith Climate Manifesto in Uppsala. And this was a kind of eye-opener for me and for some others also, to see that faith communities actually could play a greater part in this work to actually achieve something on climate change. In 2008, this was 1 year before the Copenhagen COP, where there was so much of high expectation that Copenhagen will deliver a new Kyoto Protocol, the follow-up to Kyoto Protocol, and it was an epic fail, I would say, what happened in Copenhagen. So the 2008 Interfaith Declaration or Manifesto from Uppsala was sort of a response that we hoped that could have some effect on the discussion in Copenhagen. That didn't succeed. But at least it started also a greater discussion on how the different faith communities could be a part of the discussion on climate change. So over the years, I mean, since 2014, every year there has been a kind of interfaith declaration or statement delivered to the UNFCCC during the COP, and also even before. And for me, that has been interesting to see how important this is and how this is a growing interest also to listen to this. So I will focus on this document that I hope that you have printed out for you, that the Interfaith Declaration on Climate Change for the COP25 in Madrid. Just to get you some of the background, there is something called the Interfaith Liaison Committee during the COPs. That was initiated by the UNFCCC from the Secretariat. They wanted to have some kind of platform for meeting the different faith communities coming to the COPs. And as I said, the World Council of Churches has been there for a long time, but also other religious or religious-based organizations have been there. ACT Alliance is one of our closest friends working together with the Lutheran World Federation. But we also have different orders from the Roman Catholic Church, as well as the Vatican represented itself as an observer organization with a kind of state that they are. But during this time, they're also from other faith communities, like Islamic Relief is one of our partners that we work with. We also have from in Hinduic traditions like Brahma Kumaris. We have from Buddhist organization. We have Jewish organization that also have come up on the agenda on climate change. So from the UN system, they were more interested in ways to find ways how to have a dialogue with the different faith communities, and for that's the reason why this Interfaith Liaison Committee started. So over the years, we have during the COPs we have meetings. It's not a decision-making body. It's more like a networking platform where we actually can meet from all the different faith communities to have a discussion, but also for the last years, we also have worked out this kind of statements and declarations that we have also given to the Secretariat and met with the Secretariat. I can also mention that to address the high-level segment that is mostly from the different countries at the COP, the different countries have the ministers to address the high-level segment of the COP. And during many years, they have like 10 NGOs, non-governmental organization, also can address the high-level segments. And one of those 10 is the faith communities, and it's the World Council of Churches that have that slot to actually address the segment. This might sound more impressive than it actually is. It's actually the very last organization who will address the high-level segment. It's 11 o'clock in the night, nobody's there, it's silent, everybody wants to go home. But at least it's get into the records. It's documented that we are there. So there is a recognition from the UN system that the faith communities are there. This interfaith liaison committee, we also try to meet in between the COPs. So we have Skype meetings like this, or Zoom, or whatever, video meetings like this, to prepare for the COP, to find out different ways how to work together. So just to give you an example, for this year's COP in Glasgow, I was in Glasgow in the beginning of February to meet with the local ecumenical partners, but also with the local and the Scottish interfaith work, to have them on board already now for discussion. How do we make an interfaith impact in Glasgow for the COP? And we want to do it with the local or national different organizations. And this is also part of our work in between the COPs. To the content of this Interfaith Declaration on Climate Change, I will just stay in the different sort of headlines. The urgency to act for climate justice. I mean, urgency is something that we have said for COP after COP after COP, the urgency to act. So it's rather boring to hear it when every year we say there are no action, we need to understand the urgency. And this is, I would say, is a strategic problem that we say urgency all the time, but how do we address it, and what is the answer to an urgent situation? I would say that these last days, and also this last year when we have talked about climate emergency, but also these last days of this outbreak of a virus, is a kind of exemplification of the emergency to act also on climate change. Because if we were as nervous of this virus infection as we should be for the climate impact, we should have acted in the same way. So maybe this could also be a model to the huge transformation of society that we need to. And this is also for faith communities. They often have this narrative to what kind of world we want to come to. And that is something unique, I would say, also to faith communities, to bring a kind of narrative where we want to go to, not only what we want to leave, but also where we want to go to. And I think that is important. Urgency is something that needs to be driven by faith communities. Urgency in a kind of as a good driving force to act. We also have advocacy work on the COPs from the faith communities. When it comes from Christianity, I would say that ACT Alliance is one of the best when it comes to the details of the different negotiation. Paris Agreement is of course the framework that we want to see also deliver when it comes to emissions, to get down the emissions, but also, and that is an important part that often is forgotten in the rich parts of the world, this is also about how to get funding development for those most affected to climate change and with least capacity to cope with it. And that is so important that I think that faith communities as global communities could bring to say that it is our interest also for the most vulnerable, for the most affected by climate change, to actually have them in our scope for our discussion. It's about emissions, to lower the emissions, of course it is, but it's also as much to get development funding for the poor people of the world. And the Paris Agreement is about that as well. It's about the NDCs, of course, the different countries' ambitions to get the emissions down. But it's also about how we get funding for those most affected and least responsible. This year, of course, we also take the youth demands for intergenerational justice. I think that faith communities also, I mean, coming from a Christian tradition, we often, we can go back to that, what Jesus says about that, taking the child as an example. The child is the example and how to meet life, so to say. And this year, with the youth movement over the world, we have seen, we also want to see the intergenerational justice as a part of the climate discussions. I think that this is something that many of our different faith communities and faith traditions all over the world are sort of very much into this, understanding the importance for the next generations. It's very much it's clear for me from coming from a Christian tradition, but I think I found it also in other tradition as well. We also stress the just economic transitions. The just transition is also a part of the discussion around climate change that has grown of importance, because sometimes there are so much pressure on mitigation, limiting the emissions, that you sort of forget the social dimension of climate change. And the social dimension said that there must be just transition for those who have to leave their work. One obvious example is the coal miners, for example. When we have the climate negotiation in Katowice, we were there from Faith Communities meeting with the local ecumenical partners. And in Poland, as you know, it's a tricky country in many ways when it comes to climate discussion. They are sort of not in the front line of EU, so to say. But to meet with the local Christian partners there, they said that this is tricky for us because my grandfather and my father, they all worked in a coal mine and they were the heroes of this country. And suddenly we are crooks. You don't like us anymore. And we don't really believe in this. And what are we going to live on when we have to leave our coal mines? And of course, this also have to be a part of this transition, to don't leave people sort of just for environmental action. You also need to have the social part of the transition. And I think that this is part of the climate justice as well. So for faith communities to have these just transitions, a just economic transition as well, is also important to bring to the agenda. And we have found other partners in this, of course. I mean, the International Labour Organization, for example, are also on the same track. And we can find sort of other friends in this discussion of climate change from the different faith communities as well. And it also must include the social justice. And I would say the just transition is also part of the social justice agenda. We from environmentalist side, they often forgot the social justice agenda. And from the social justice agenda, we have forgotten, I say we in this case, but they're also often forgotten about the environmental agenda. You're just looking for economic progress, but you forgot the environmental agenda. We have to keep those together. And I think that faith communities is one voice that actually could bring both of this agenda together. We have this sort of in our different tradition as well. Our common Mother Earth is put under. I have to look to my papers. Yeah. Mother Earth. To talk about Mother Earth is a way of inclusive saying this. I heard the word of creation. I would say that it's good. It works but mostly for the Christian traditions. If we talk about Mother Earth, some Christians say it's not really Christian, but you can go to the Pope's encyclica and find it in one of the first paragraphs. He talks about Mother Earth also. So I would say if you need some authorities from Christianity to talk about Mother Earth, it's there. It's also from indigenous people, I would say, easier to talk about Mother Earth. From the Eastern tradition, from Buddhism and Hinduism, to talk about a creation and a creator is more tricky. So we try to find a sort of common platform where we can talk about this together. And to talk about Mother Earth is also a way of include other traditions as well. It's not diminishing our traditions, but it's a way to say that we don't create this kind of tension between different traditions in this. We can have this tension in every traditions as well, but we try to find this different way of communicating this. The voices of transformation need to be heard. And this is also from the indigenous people. Indigenous people are all of the world. And I mean from all the continents, even from the Arctic, are very much those first in line being affected by climate change. But it's not only that, it's also that most of the indigenous tradition have a spirituality that is actually more or less a gift of us to reconnect to the understanding of the interconnectedness of life. I would say that the developing agenda of the Western world has often very much forgotten the interconnectedness. And today, the globalization is a part of the interconnectedness, and what we see during these times, how interconnected this world are. This is also a part of many of the indigenous traditions, to understand the interconnectedness between human life and the environment. We are not separated. We are a part of the environment. And this is something that many of the different indigenous spirituality also has as a gift. So it's not only about them being most affected, but it's also about the sort of the worldview, the narrative of the indigenous people that is also important to lift from our side as well. And the last paragraph is "No time to wait, we have hope." As I read it out loud, we have no time to wait. As faith communities, we seek to offer a positive and empowering voice of hope over fear, of compassion over indifference, and urgent and fair action as a moral obligation. We encourage personal and political responsibility, immediate and just climate action, sufficient climate finance, and a positive transformation of societal structure, as well as a change in mindset. We have faith and hope that as humanity, we can come together to address the severe climate crisis and open windows to make a better future. This sounds like a sermon from a pastor, and to some extent it is. But even big words is sometimes needed to have a discussion over this. So just to wrap it up, I would say that the work on climate change from the faith communities, and I mean all faith communities, is not easy. It is something that we have to sort of take step by step to understand how far we can go. We face different kind of sort of tensions also in this as well, but I think that is something that we have to address, that we have to have this discussion in the faith communities, how to get it further. But I also found that this is an important way of bringing the question forward, because if you say like 83% of all the inhabitants of the earth do say that they belong to some kind of faith, if all of those in somehow could understand also the sort of the bigger narrative on climate change, biodiversity, the sort of the huge issues, the huge challenges we have in front of us, if they also could sort of incorporate this in their worldview from a religious perspective, I think we also can have some action will go faster than it will be if we don't include this. And for me as a theologian and a Christian, I think it's no deal. We have to talk about this. If we are not addressing this as faith communities today, we are not doing what we're supposed to do. So thank you, and I leave it to the moderator now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Reverend. Thank you so much for your presentation, for your insights and the thoughts you provided. And I really found it a nice way of putting it, to say other faith traditions are a real gift to the discussion, because that for me as well, I can say, is the power of interfaith dialogue and of interfaith action. And you said that in two cases you mentioned something is there in Christianity, but only by engaging with a different faith tradition, you suddenly notice, well, it is there in my own faith as well. So that's the power of interfaith dialogue. I can confirm that, to really point us to neglected areas in our own faith tradition by other faith traditions that maybe especially highlight that part. And you mentioned that by saying or by referring to the topic of interconnectedness of life, a very beautiful illustration. So thanks so much, Reverend. And I want to ask our group here whether we have any questions for clarification, anything that you need to know concerning climate change negotiations. Please explain again, what is a COP, what is UNFCCC, why is the abbreviation so long and it's not really an abbreviation. So, is there anything you need to know before we embark on our interaction time? Yes, please. Do we have a microphone? Yeah, thanks. I'm advised not to move away from here, otherwise the Zoom people cannot hear me. Thanks so much.
Hello, Henrik. I'm happy to see you. Margaret speaking. I just would like you to elaborate a little bit. I thought when you said agenda one time that you actually said gender. But then I realized you said agenda. So I just would like you to elaborate a little bit, because at least I know from the negotiations I have followed with ACT Alliance that we do talk about the Lima document, and we also talk about the gender perspective. So I just want you to give you a chance to say something, not just about the agenda, but the gender.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, of course. Sorry for not taking this into it. Yep. Of course, the gender agenda is very important in this, but we have some backlash on the gender agenda, I would say, during the last years. Every time they are trying to put gender into the negotiation text, there are some countries who sort of block this. I would say it's Saudi Arabia, Russia, but some other sort of covers of this. But the reason why gender is important in this, that if you say that indigenous people are affected by this and vulnerable people, it's also a gender aspect in this, because of many of the effects of climate change is often sort of, it's getting to women first, and especially children, young girls who don't have the possibility to go to school because they have to fetch the water, and the water wells is farther away, and they are the ones who have to do this work. So when you have water scarcity, it has an effect that takes the girls out of the school. So of course there are social implications on, and there is a gender agenda often forgotten in this. So of course this is also a part of our faith communities to bring the gender agenda also in the discussions. So thank you for reminding me.
Yeah, thank you for that important addition. There's a question in the back. This one first? Okay, from you. Please wait for the microphone. Where do we have it? Okay. Okay, thank you.
Hello. Hi, my name is Jonna. I come from Islamic Relief Sweden. And I was just curious to know, in this interfaith relation committee, if there's also representation from religious actors in the global south.
Sorry, could you say that just?
If there's also representation of religious actors or faith-based organizations from the global south.
Thank you for bringing that up. Yes, they are in the faith-based group. I would say that ACT Alliance always brings people from the global south. That's a part of their work. We have a good relationship with Islamic Relief, and they also try to bring people from the south, I would say. So that is an important part, because this is not just to have these as a representation. This is also a way that to be blunt, some of the delegates from the south don't have the capacity to bring experts. They have small delegation with a low expertise. But sometimes we, as ACT Alliance or other Islamic Relief, they bring people from the south who also can work as expertise for the different delegates and delegations, and that is a part of the advocacy work as well. So so yes, for us it's important to have people from Global South that also are participating in the climate negotiations and also have their kind of faith community hat on as well. So yes, it is, but it could improve, I would say.
Yeah, very good question. We take one more question before we move to the interactive session. Mikael?
Hi, Henrik. Thank you so much for the presentation. My name is Michael, working for PMU, Swedish Pentecostals. I think this document is great. It's a very useful tool in a way, but what's your view on how is the trickle-down effect of this? How many pastors or imams would know about this document? And how could we use this kind of like benchmark documents in a way that it's, I mean, it really trickles down? Do you have any easy solutions to solve that?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's a good question too. I mean, I have been writing declarations for many years now, and sometimes you wonder, is it worth the effort to do it once again? To some extent, it can sort of remains very much inside the bubble of the COP. We are very proud to bring it to the Secretariat, and we will be met by the General Secretary of the UNFCCC, and very happy to meet with them and deliver a very nice paper. But the trickle-down part of this is the tricky part, I would say. But at the same time, I also have some kind of confidence that sometimes documents like these are sort of coming to some place that you didn't assume it will end up in. Just to give you an example, the Interfaith Climate Summit in Uppsala 2008 that I told about, the manifesto that we wrote, nobody really cared about it, but we wrote it. Some years later, I was in New York for the General Assembly and the Climate Summit. I met with a person from Amman in Jordania. And he said, where are you from? I said, I'm from Uppsala, Sweden. I said, okay, Uppsala. We have that Uppsala Interfaith Climate Manifesto that we work in our Muslim council in Jordania. And we use this as a way of working on interfaith and climate change. And I said, wow, I didn't know about that. So sometimes you don't know where it ends up. I'm happy for everyone who can pick up on this and say, this is actually a document of interfaith that is delivered to the UNFCCC, and look at it. What can we draw out of this? What is something that we can use in our context? I would be more than happy if that could happen, but we don't have any kind of sort of forces to bring it out to the masses and so on. We try to communicate it as good as we can, and we are also like, this is a network platform who produces this. So of course we don't have this kind of high officials who are having their names under it. We have had, not for this document, but for other documents. This document is actually signed by many different organizations from the different faith and interfaith organization all over the world. You can find it on the World Council of Churches website, who signed this document as well. So yeah, there is always a problem in how does this kind of global statements, how do they work out? How can you use those?
Thank you. So here's one of the benefits of being Catholic. If you have a very hierarchical organization and the Pope says read it, then everybody reads it. So that's a little bit different on Protestant side. So these are some of the challenges you wrestle with. I notice I've skipped you. You want to? Yeah, okay, but then we need the mic. Sorry, so final question, and then we move on to the interactive exercise.
Hello, Henrik. I'm Eva Maria from Church of Sweden Youth. I would like you to elaborate a little bit on the intergenerational, how do we pronounce this word? Intergenerational aspect. What does it mean for young people? What does it mean for older people? And why is it so important that it's one of 2 core messages from the ACT Alliance and the World Council of Churches, I also presume. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. I think that the intergenerational aspect is often forgotten part of the climate justice concept. That climate justice is about not only that we have to do things now because the great impact that the climate change has on vulnerable people, but it's also about that this is a long-term issue. And of course, the intergenerational aspect must be there. I think that it's hard, especially in the times where we look at things from very much on a day-to-day basis. Development is very much, or improvement is very much measured on 3 to 4 months. That's improvement. But to have this intergenerational aspect is something that we lost, I would say, in the industrial concept or in the capitalistic way of looking at markets and so on. And the intergenerational perspective is also coming back to the indigenous. It's often very much a part of the indigenous perspective as well, to have this intergenerational justice. And I would say many people of 3 or 4 generations back in Sweden have this intergenerational aspect on how they treated the earth. They looked for, not for what can I get out of this is also for my grandchildren to have. And we need to have that intergenerational aspect and the intergenerational justice back. I was very sort of interested to see what happened last year and during last year when we have this Extinction Rebellion and the Greta Thunberg movement at the same time, especially saw it in Great Britain. Who were out on the streets? It was actually the very young people, and it was the old ones. It was those in the 70s who was out on the streets and was arrested and convicted for different things, for protesting. And I think that is also one thing that I think is important in this, on talking about climate change, because you don't need so much of clear view to being in the teens to understand we are in a really troublesome situation. And if you're 70 years old, you have sort of lived your life, and you can see in the rearview mirror what is important and not, and you can see where we're heading. But those in the sort of the active ages, we are trying to put our hands. We don't want to see this because we're very comfortable where we are, and we don't want to change. So that's why also intergenerational justice is a way to wake up this generation who is in power, I would say. And I think it's the young generation and the old one who is important and pivotal to actually to act on these issues.
Wow, powerful insights. Thank you so much, Henrik. Young and old, being in this together and being probably the most active ones. We want to move on now to our interactive exercise, and we have some questions for you. And I would ask you here in Härnösand to group around 4 tables. So maybe we can move together so we form 4 tables. And basically, at each table, you deal with a whole set of questions. So we don't divide the questions or distribute them onto the tables, but you deal with a whole set of 4 questions. And we have a 5th group, which is actually online. And I would say all participants on Zoom gather together with Henrik and have the special benefit of having him in their group for the discussion of the questions, so we don't break up in twos. Okay, so the whole group together, I'd say, online, together with Reverend Henrik Rape, and then we have 4 groups here. And can we show the questions? Because then I can read them out to you for the remainder of the session, and we take 20 minutes for that. It will be The 4 questions: how can faith communities, or also how need faith communities, push the urgency to act on climate change? So here we have the urgency aspect again. Second question: how can we ensure that indigenous spirituality is a stronger voice in global climate change discussions and efforts? And remember the remark by Reverend Henrik Rabe on the interconnectedness aspect that can be brought in by indigenous groups in a powerful way, and that can actually speak to other faith groups. Third question: what narratives can the different faith traditions bring to get the climate justice transformation going? And final question: what does hope mean in the climate change discussions, and how do faith communities relate to hope? So the idea is there's no obvious solution here. It's just to engage in that discussion. So you can set your priorities at your table, engage in discussion on these 4 questions, and then at the very end we will reconvene also with the online participants to say thank you and bye-bye. But now we have a little bit less than 20 minutes to engage in that group discussions at the tables. So if you want to get into active mode, then please group yourselves around the table and take those 4 questions. Josephine.
Yes, and as you mentioned, the declaration, the copies of the declaration is printed for you on the tables here, and for those who are participating in Zoom, you have received it by email as a PDF. And there's also coffee and fruit still. So if any one of you need to be energized for this group, important, crucial group discussion, quickly run over to grab a new coffee or a banana and then get started.
So I see you're in active discussion. So we have another 5 minutes for the group interaction, another 5 minutes, and then we wrap up, okay? Another 5 minutes. Thank you. I am very sad that I have to announce the end of this interactive exercise now. I know that there's a lot of questions still to be discussed, but I would ask you to now direct your attention again to the front and come to an end with your group discussion. And yeah, 4 questions, and if you have the feeling we haven't at all answered this set of 4 questions, maybe we haven't even answered 1 question, then I can tell you it has been a good group discussion, because these questions are probably not answerable, but it were meant to spark a discussion, and this is what happened. And we definitely have to take these thoughts further into our work. And I want to ask the online team whether they have finished their discussion. Okay, I see a thumb up from somebody. Thumb up from Henrik, Reverend Henrik. Thanks so much. So, yes, we actually don't want to wrap up in the sense of having words from the tables now and insights, because everything necessary happened at the table. I would like to ask Reverend Henrik for maybe a final thought, if something came to your mind that you need to, well, you have the feeling you need to convey to this group, both online and offline, and I would like to give you the chance for some final remarks. And please unmute your microphone. Unmute your microphone. Yeah, there we go.
So I'm unmuted now. Thank you. Yeah, I think that most of the things that have been said, in our group at least, is very much in line what we have been discussing in different forums over the world. Faith do have a part to play when it comes to climate discussions, but it's not just to say that faith per se is doing a great work. We have to do a dialogue. We have to understand our different backgrounds. We have to discuss our different narratives, I would say. We had discussion about when it comes to indigenous people, what do we mean by indigenous people's worldview, spirituality, and so on? And it's not something that is just easy to buy into. We have to have a sort of reasonable discussion about this and to the understanding of it. And I think that we have very good inputs in our discussion on this and how to deepen these discussions. Also, I think that many of us have to learn more about how to be interfaith. What does it mean? I mean, many of us are active from our different traditions, and we are sort of well knowing of our own traditions. For some it's rather new to be ecumenical with others, sort of like Roman Catholics or Orthodox and so on. And then to take the next step is to have the understanding of other faith traditions, like from Islamic view, Jewish view, Buddhist, Hindu view as well. To grasp this can sometimes sort of trigger some kind of fear that I am not true to my own religion. But to me, it's the opposite way. I would say to learn these other traditions is also to understand the richness of your own tradition and how you can take this further. So to be active on these issues, like for me, I think climate change is one of the most urgent questions of the world. How we as faith communities can actually make progress in understanding each other is also make progress in doing climate work globally. And I think we should have more confidence in ourselves. And just to end on the hope issue that we did in our group, just before you cut me in off our discussion, just when we went to that, I used to quote Saint Augustine. It may not be a quote, but it's a good quote anyway, to say that hope has 2 beautiful daughters. One is anger of the way things are. The other daughter is courage to actually do something about it. And I think that kind of hope is for many of our faith tradition is so we see what's happening because we are in place where things happening from our different faith communities, but we also have the courage to stand up against, to do something about it. And I think that's kind of hope that is active. That is something that our different faith communities could bring to the discussion on climate change.
Great. Thanks so much, Reverend Henrik Grape, also for these final remarks. So let's be people of hope. Let's be angry and courageous. So that's what we take from your final remarks. And Josephine, I hand over to you. And at this point, I thank you and everybody for the possibility to facilitate that discussion. Thank you, and over
So
to you.
please give a big applaud for Reverend Henrik Grape and for Matthias. So we still have our friends on Zoom, and we will now appoint 3 rapporteurs from our Swedish learning hubs. So I would like to have nominations. You could nominate yourself or you could nominate someone from the Learning Hub. So anyone who wants to nominate yourself or someone else, you can raise your hand. Or if you're on Zoom, you want to nominate yourself or someone else, you can just wave. And if we get more than 3, we can always, find a randomized way of selecting. But it's not a problem if we get more. So let's see. The function of rapporteur is that when we start up our global session tomorrow morning, we will have rapporteurs from all our 6 countries. So this is a chance for the other 5 countries to follow what we have uniquely discussed for the Swedish context. So it will mainly be to give reports from these 2, or I could say 3 sessions we have had. Mapping, sketching the nexus by illustrating it on your paper, the session around advocacy tactic, and this session around the interfaith rationale and advocacy within the UN context. So giving sharing brief learnings, insights, results from our sessions here in the Swedish Learning Hub. So do I have nominations for tomorrow morning? Hands up or waving? Yeah, okay. Could we have a mic? Do we have another? So Ola will run to Linda, who wants to nominate her neighbor. So Linda, can you wave and give us your nomination?
Okay, my nomination is Eva Maria Munk.
Okay.
Sitting next behind me.
Okay, thank you. Are you willing?
Yes, if I know the task.
Okay, perfect. But after we departure here, those who have been nominated and selected will meet with Ola for further instructions and guidance and support. I need 2 more nominations. Come on. Perhaps we gave you, too little coffee this afternoon.
Actually, I'll just say 2 words about the actual task. It's to bring up 2 or 3 concise points. So we have a maximum limit of 5 minutes per hub. So that's okay. We have 2 more nominations. Any accepting?
Okay.
Okay.
Should I say that I accept?
Yeah.
My name is Jonna from Islamic Relief.
Okay. So Jonna from Islamic Relief and Eva Maria from ACT Church of Sweden Youth. And the third, no, not positive. More nominations? Or maybe we could get one of you from, what about David? Are you willing? Maybe you are muted. Now you are
sorry.
alive.
I have to say no. I'm afraid I cannot participate on
Okay.
tomorrow morning. So
Do we have anyone from Zoom that wants to be a reporter?
Yeah, this is also not a must, obviously.
No.
You'll basically get to have 1 point each if there's 3 of you.
Yeah.
So,
So let's stick to 2.
Yeah.
So we have Jonna and Eva Maria. So thank you for nominations and willingness to serve. Before we leave our friends on Zoom, we'll do a very, very quick checkout from today. And that is for all of you to think about one word or concept that summarizes your impressions and feelings from today. So, and this will also be a checkout for our friends on Zoom. So I would like to ask all of you to unmute yourself so you're ready to share. And I'll give you 1 minute to close your eyes and envision that very exact concept or word that can summarize your takeaways from today. Okay? So we start to close our eyes now. Okay, time's up. And we start with our Zoom participants. So each of you get to share your concept or word. Okay?
let us call them out, perhaps. So, Isabel?
Hi, everybody. Okay, well, what I got is that we are all united. Can you hear me?
Yes,
united human
Yes.
community.
Thank you. And I challenge every one of us to stick to one word.
Yeah,
but
not
thank
a
you,
sentence.
Isabel. So, Elise?
Me?
Yes.
Yeah, Elise. Can my one word be Mother Earth?
That's okay.
I just think that was a great concept.
Thank you. Fabian?
Inclusion.
David? Oh, we didn't get your sound there.
Show us a paper with the word. Can you write the word on a paper and show us in front of the camera? And while you
Samuel?
Dialogue.
Dialogue. Thank you.
Dialogue.
Samuel? Samuel?
Oh yes, I would like to choose. I wish to choose one of the two daughters. So hope is my courage.
Hope and courage. Thank you. Andreas?
Mutual responsibility and opportunity.
Thank you. That's also a great word. Risa?
My word was also hope.
Okay.
Thank you. Andrew? Oh, that's Andres? Andrew said responsibility.
Okay. Andres?
Okay.
Power, big responsibility.
Okay. Thank
Responsibility. Thank you so much.
you. Now, I will walk around with the mic so we don't pass it around.
Know your religious landscape. That was 3 words.
That's actually 4, I think.
Justice, equity.
Local communities.
Inspiration.
Meaningful inclusion.
Hope over fear.
Communication.
Urgency. Listen to the children.
Holistic.
Hopeful.
Grounded.
Spirituality matters.
Richness.
Action.
Speed.
Connection.
And there? Margareta?
I'll come.
Interconnectivity.
Diversity.
Hope.
Multiplicity.
Multiplicity.
Hope.
Interconnectedness.
Inclusion.
Faith language.
Interfaith dialogue.
Climate justice.
Now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So with these
What's your word, Josephine?
heart, and it's built on Magnus' last slide in the advocacy tactics. Speak to the heart of the people. So with a heart symbol, we're checking out our friends on Zoom. Thanks. Enjoy your evening. And if you're tired watching cats on YouTube, you can spend some time with people in your apartments or houses, like kids, friends, neighbors, partners. See you tomorrow morning, and make sure you check in on Zoom on time.
Yeah, and don't forget to enjoy the nature outdoors.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll close the Zoom meeting now, but I have some final points for Härnösand. So tonight we are going to engage in wellness activities. Of course, these are voluntarily, and it's not part of the formal program. So for anyone who needs to have an early sleep in or long walk or want to spend time on your own, this is also fully possible. The reason why we are offering wellness activities is because when SIDA Partnership Forum started here, 2002, people were engaged in conversation in the evenings, around dinner, but also after dinner. Then we got access to our emails through our laptops and cell phones, and people decided to spend time in their own rooms, opening their Outlook. So we started discussing this within our SIDA team, and we said, how can we possibly fight against efficiency norms around answering to emails in Outlook? It's to offer more attractive options. That's how we came to develop the concept of wellness activities. So tonight we have three different options. An Austrian sauna tradition, Aufguss, which can be combined with a dip in the ocean, but that's not compulsory if you go for Aufguss. The second option is yoga, and the third option is a nature walk outdoor. And there are sign-up sheets for all these three activities at reception. Andrew and Tora will be there, and Josephine as well, to answer to your questions and help you to sign up. And of course, it's voluntarily, so don't feel pushed or pressed. So before you leave today, it's your last chance to sign up. And then all these three activities will start from the place where we have breakfast. So from there you will be guided further. And all the wellness activities will start at 8 p.m.
Just one short note on the yoga will be a self-guided invitation. So if anybody does have any type of yoga practice that they want to share with others, they feel free to do so. Otherwise, it's more like making the space available for you to practice.
So we have a yoga room which is set up for yoga, so we will prepare that. Okay. Today, when you exit the library, the public library is closed, so you should not walk down, but you should exit on this floor 4 in that direction. Thank you, Josephine. And tomorrow morning, when you come back here, you should enter at the very same place on floor 4. Then I want to mention that dinner is 6 p.m. in the same restaurant as where you had lunch. So you will have a break before dinner, 45 minutes, where you can go for a nice walk. Or what we wrote in the program, what we called buddy session. And the idea is that if there's someone from every day that you were not able to finish a conversation with. From an interactive exercise or a dialogue, you can now take the time. But some of you might just need to be on your own or answer to emails or other options. Tomorrow, we are going to run, for the first time as SIDA, a global digital open space. How excited are we about this? Woo! Come on. How excited are we? Woo! Okay, that's great. So, the deadline for signing up to facilitate and moderate an open session is today at 6 p.m. So then you have to email, that's the latest time when you have to email the Google form back to Andrew.
You fill it in online.
Yeah, you fill it in online. You don't have to email it, sorry. So if any one of you have not had time yet to design it, it's not a complex Google form. It's just few simple questions. So when we end and finish now, you have enough time before dinner to finalize it and submit it. And since some of you might participate in open space sessions where you are the only one from here that is part of a certain session, you will be joining from your own laptop, device, etc. So then you really need for everyone tomorrow to bring headphones and a device.
Could even be from your cell phone.
Yeah.
Or your smartphone.
But for each to have a device and headphones.
And the headphones are really important because as soon as we start messing up audio, then it goes bad.
Where we are staying, where you arrived last night, I mean the SIDA venue, where you are sleeping, in case of a fire alarm, I want to inform you where we gather up. And that's in the roundabout in front of the SIDA main building. So there is Lönnebo where you are staying, and then there is the SIDA main building. So in front of the SIDA main building at the roundabout is the gather place. So if you would ever hear a fire alarm in the night or when you are at Lönnebo, come to that meeting place.
And since that has happened on occasion, we want to caution, like if you shower with a closed door and create a lot of steam and open the door, the alarm sensor can actually be sensitive to that. So I just want to notify you about it. It's actually better than to shower with the bathroom door kind of open, so it doesn't come all at once.
Yes. So with all these information points, we, as facilitators, we are super excited about this first day, and we are really impressed by all your fantastic contributions. So thanks to all of you for engaging, for contributing, and for very, very actively participating. And the dinner will be at 6 at the restaurant nearby. The wellness activities will start at 8 at the SIDA Lönnebo facility. And tomorrow we start at 8 sharp here. So make sure you're here at 8 in the morning. Okay, thanks to everyone.
Thank you so much.